Hello and welcome back to another Slay of Spire stream. I'm your host, Vegetablebread, and today we're going to be continuing the Watcher win streak project. Disappointingly, we're back at 0 out of 3, trying to get a new streak started. Let's go ahead and blind pick a boss rock swap, because that's what we do. Snecko Eye is great. Happy to see that. Snecko Eye can create some complications during Act 1, we'll say. But in general, I'm a big fan. So I think this should put us in a pretty good position. It's sort of awkward to play Snecko Eye Watcher, because two of the sort of archetypes available to Watcher are like Weave-based multi-attacking and Flurry of Blows-based multi-attacking, and neither of those are going to be available to us because of the randomized costs. We're not going to be able to play a bunch of copies of stuff, but lots of other archetypes do open up, right? Like David Form and Ragnarok stock goes way up. Hey, Scoot Magoot, thanks for the raid. Appreciate the support. Let's give a quick shout out to Scoot Magoot. I am afraid I'm not familiar with you, Scoot Magoot. Are you a Slay of Spire streamer? What is the deal? Could go do a Mega Elite. Looks like our max elites in Act 1 is going to be 2, which is unfortunate. Could be these two, or these two, or these two, or these two. Some fine gentlemen. Pressure points, 10 out of 10. Do you have to stop at 10 out of 10? Maybe you could go to like 15 out of 10. Imagine the possibilities. It's possible we should do this one first because of Wing Boots. And then we could Wing Boots and, like, get some more. Doesn't seem like a great idea. 11 out of 11, but that's just the same thing as 10 out of 10. I see. But that means that regular pressure points would be 8 out of 8. Signature move is going to be hard to pull off because we're going to have so many cards in hand, but could work, it could work. Probably not super positive on shops or question marks particularly. Question marks are okay. I want to get 3 fights and 2 question marks ideally. Fire before the first elites. This path's pretty ideal. If this question mark was here, it would be ideal. You want 1 fight and then 2 question marks and then 2 fights. And then a fire. That's the perfect path. The perfect path. This path has 2 fires, which none of the other paths seem to have. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, so we'll probably end up on the path that has 2 fires and 2 elites. It has 4 fights. I think that's fine. Not a big deal. Yes, that was a whole new world. Or at least my attempt at it. You got your first Watcher heart kill last night with a Snecko swap to start. 2 Daviformus, 2 fasting, a bunch of wallops, and a Ragnarok with the Act 4 shop. Hell yeah. Sounds like a fun one. Hopefully we can replicate that success here. Double strike blocks for 6. Vigilance defend also blocks out. I mean, I guess blocking out is better than blocking for 6, blocking for 5 and taking 3, so I'll block out. Oh wait, this doesn't block out, this takes 1. Well, 1 is less than 3. Okay. That kills him, we can double defend, which seems like the best alternative when all the other cards cost 3. Vigilance defend blocks out. We may have lethal. We can't quite afford Eruption triple strike, and Eruption double strike is 33 damage. That's enough. Okay. Nice. Snecko Oil is incredible with Snecko Eye, because your costs are already randomized. This just says draw 5 cards. Also, like, re-randomizing the cost can make things that previously cost 3 and were unplayable into now playable things. Snecko Oil is busted. Ooh, your name in Finnish would be... Well, I can't pronounce that, unfortunately. Kasvaslepia. I don't know how to pronounce the umlaut A in Finnish. It seems like fasting makes our problems worse. And Windmill Strike has Retain. Probably going to be avoiding Retain stuff, because we don't want to get expensive things stuck in our hand with Snecko Eye. Fasting's not crazy, but it's not, like, immediately good. Sasvislepe. Lepa. Kusvislepa. Cool. Wow, KAS does not look to me like it would sound like Kus. Kusvislepa. Those crazy Finns. I think we're skipping all of this. I think we don't want any of that noise. Although I am tempted by the fasting. Jizzo's success killing the heart. That's okay, Flintlock. I think there's like a whole cottage industry of like linguists and like talking about how things can get pronounced. Yeah, that's true. I would pick a Sands of Time. Yeah, my avoiding retain cards does not apply to Sands of Time. Sands of Time is a special flower, and it can get right in my deck. That card can get it. Hey, Cernimal. Triple Defense Strike is an option. Probably don't want to play Eruption. Okay. Yeah, there's no point in Double Strike, just Triple Strike. Yeah, I've picked Swivel in Snecko before, and it works. The problem with Swivel is if you swivel at the end of a turn and then draw a whole new hand, all your attacks will claim to cost 0, and you won't know the real cost until after you play one, which is kind of an issue. But you do still get to play them for free, so I don't want to complain too much. Maybe you should have considered playing Calm there instead. Looks like we get lethal here anyway. Actually, wait. No, we're off by 1. Yep, we are off by 1. Eruption, Strike. The Eruption does the 9. Strike Drake does 24. He's at 25 with 9 armor. Luckily we have a million block, so we can just block. And the Strike does nothing. Eruption and Strike should set up lethal next turn. In fact, it is guaranteed. So we're not going to Calm. I guess it wasn't guaranteed, because both of the strikes could have costed 3. But they didn't. Hey, Reach Heaven. That seems good. Randomized cost. It's our first damage card. I guess it does still have a retain angle. Maybe that's not great. I mean, Reach Heaven is a 2-card combo, which costs 2 by default, and with Snecko Eye, on average, it costs 3. Each card costs 1.5 on average. But we need to take some damage. Do generated cards also get affected by Snecko? Not when they're generated. Snecko randomizes the cost of every card you draw. So if, for example, you played Reach Heaven and then Violence, or sorry, the card Violence, which is confusing because 3 Violence is also here, but if you played the card Violence that just puts it into your hand, it would not get randomized. Or if you like scried it away and then got it back with a Meditate or something. So it's the actual act of drawing that randomizes the cost. So things that generate cards in your hand don't get randomized. It's only when you draw it. Also hi to I Nostalgic and Kevners and Praetoria Live. I think Praetoria Live came in with the raid. Yeah, exactly. A miracle that appears in your hand will always cost 0 unless you discard it. Yep. Correct. Hey, Carly. I know it wasn't your raid, but you came in with it. Here, this is for Carly. I know you're a cat lover. There's Coconut. Yeah, there's a heat pad under that pillow, so she's taking full advantage of it. She used to be bothered by my streaming, but it was too loud, but I think she just now she just turns away. I mean, we have to pick some damage, right? Like, we can't, just wait for a Ragnarok forever. I think Reach Evidence is going to be okay. I mean, even if Through Violence costs 3, it's still 3 to do 20 damage. I really am using that mic on the headset. It's okay. It's not great. Vigilance Defend blocks out and costs 0, so let's start there. I guess we're going to use Reach Evidence Strike. Let's do it like this so they're both at or below 6. Yeah, it's not too bad. I was pleasantly surprised. This is lethal, but we have to do it in the right order. Okay. These all say retain, so we're not choosing any of them, because we have Snecko Eye. Drat. What is the deal, Snecko Eye? I don't want to see these retain cards. Give me something else. I think we're planning on going to the extra fire before the 2 elites. We could also go left if we wanted an early shop. I'm not sure why we would want an early shop. It's a 2 elite line with 2 fires, and we're currently at 60. So I think we've got quite a bit of health to burn here. What character is Snecko Eye worst on? That is a great question. When you play Silent, do you Boss Relic swap? Because if you do Silent and you don't swap, drawing 9 cards on turn 1 is pretty sick. But yeah, I think it's probably Silent. Silent has the most, but on Defect, it really messes up your 0-cost stuff, but it also makes your 0-cost stuff insane, right? Like, it kind of goes both ways. Because if you have an all-for-1 and a Snecko Eye, you're going to get something back. It's not going to be, your default 0-cost stuff, but, all-for-1 and Hologram make Snecko Eye, pretty strong on Defect. So I don't think it's Defect. I think it might be Ironclad. Ironclad isn't, there's no, amazing 3-cost cards on Ironclad. You've got, Demon Form and, Corruption, Barricade. But, it's really good on Ironclad, too. I think it's good on all classes is the problem. So, picking the worst ones is kind of challenging. Maybe it is Watcher. Because, Ironclad can do silly corruption stuff where you just draw 7 cards and they all cost 0 anyway. Defect can do silly 0-cost stuff. So I think it's either Silent or Watcher. But Silent loves drawing extra cards, and Well-Laid Plans makes it so you can just hold on to something that costs 0 forever. Yeah, I think it might be Watcher. It's true. I mean, there are definitely times when you can't pick Snecko Eye. Alright, let's click this button a couple times. Okay, 2 times. A literal couple. Not what I meant, but it's what I deserved. Alright, Mummified Hand is great with Snecko Eye. Mummified Hand is probably at its worst on Watcher. All other classes have like something silly they can do with Mummified Hand. Silent just like picks a bunch of footworks. Ironclad almost always has a bunch of powers. Defect almost always has a bunch of powers. Watcher is like, I don't know, fasting, Daviform. Like, Watchers often have 0 powers. So. Rushdown is really common, but... Oh boy. Is this lethal? 9 plus 20 plus 12, 29, 41. Off by 1. Seriously? We could Snecko Eye for it, or Snecko Oil for it. We'd have to depend on one of these 3 costing 0. Or I guess we would shuffle it through Violence, and we could get that too. Nirvana is controversial here. I mean, Foresight's definitely good. Nirvana is like... Yeah. Nirvana's like, I don't know. It can be good. If you have a... we had a run a while ago where we had a Velvet Choker, and Nirvana was really good for that, because we needed like to get the most out of the 6 cards we played. And we had a lot of scry effects, so we were getting like, I don't know, 12 block from Nirvana per turn, which is pretty good. It seems like I should just take 2 instead of using a potion here. Okay. We're going to be frail next turn as well, so next turn is pretty scary. Yeah, we swapped into the choker. It wasn't an intentional choker, although we still got to win, so whatever. This blocks for 6, and we can reach heaven and strike. Does 22 damage, leaves Jawworm dead to any attacks next turn. Develops another 3 violence. Take 4, but I don't see a better turn. Probably killing this guy with the Wrath mode violence next turn. We're not. All the through violence are very expensive. Oh wait, we have guaranteed lethal next turn. We just need to do like this. And then through violence is lethal. Was killing slime just better? I think I've lost the context. There's a rushdown. We have a Mummified Hand. It's also a rushdown. Rushdown's like doesn't need any reason to be good. Could have killed slime on turn 2. I believe you. Oh, you mean instead of damaging Jawworm? Maybe it was right. Did it block that turn? Because I do want to target down Jawworm first, right? Because he scales. Taking 2 is justifiable, but maybe it wasn't correct. It's possible there's a better line. Yeah, let's take Rushdown, right? Wreath of Flame is good with Ragnarok. We're going to want Ragnarok because we have Snecko Eye, but Wreath of Flame itself is not super good. And there's no multi-attacks. And Worship does get randomized cost. Extra energy is really nice. We're kind of struggling with having 3 energy. So pick up a couple Worships, have a little bit more control over our energy. But I think it's Rushdown for the moment. It's just too good with the Mummified Hand. Do we rest? If we rest here, we basically go to full health. We're getting Slime Boss. The problem with upgrading is we don't really have any good ones. Rushdown and Eruption are both don't have an upgrade, basically. Reach Heaven just gets 5 extra damage. Vigilance gets 4 extra block. I would almost rather upgrade a Strike, but I mean, I guess Reach Heaven's probably the upgrade if we do, but it's just not amazing. You always upgrade Eruption first. I mean, I like upgrading Eruption, although I'm less keen on it than that suggests. It's just it doesn't do anything here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna rest just because the upgrades are so bad. Golden Idol actually takes a current HP, puts us down to... Oh no, it should... Does it take us down to 62 or 63? I'm not sure. We're definitely doing it, but yeah, it does take us down to 62. So that 1 health we could have saved we just lost it. Or the 2 health. Scoured by Flames, that is Sentries. How do we feel about Sentries? I think I feel pretty good. Snecko Oil is super good in the fight. Through Violence in Wrath mode is nice too. We don't have a ton of access to Wrath mode. It's a pretty basic deck. But we have max HP. So getting through 2 elites should be possible. Who's worth? Sentries or Writhing Mass? Writhing Mass by a mile. Writhing Mass is like a very upsetting fight to encounter. Sentries is like you have to set up for Sentries, right? Literally a mile. You despise Sentries. Wow. I don't mind Sentries. I'm pretty fine with them. Hey Zufus. Was that a first Dane emote? I hadn't seen that around before. Huh. I know he plays Peggle. I've seen him do that before. Alright, let's try and find some loot. Is gold good enough to dissuade me? Does that gold get the Golden Idol bonus? It wasn't dropped by an enemy. I think we don't actually get the Golden Idol bonus. I think we missed out on some gold there. Yeah, Dead Adventure into Laga is just like super rude. I don't understand why that happens. I feel like if they wanted to be consistent about the Dead Adventure event, then like if you get Sentries, it should be the outside 2 attacking first, and if you get Gremlin Knob, he should like already have his he should be on turn 2, right? He should be attacking you for 8 with the strength for Dex buff. I think the fights should all be harder if one of them's going to be harder. Sorry. Meow. If we fight Sentries here, that means this isn't Sentries, right? But then if we don't fight them, it still can be Sentries, which is weird. That's true, Coconut. No, the event doesn't affect it. Oh, so they can both be Sentries. I thought that if you did the event, you couldn't get it twice. Alright, Coconut. Moribund says you're getting cat elevated. Okay, now we've got kitties. Is that true? I think that technically only elite nodes count is not true, because if you have the deadly events custom modifier on, you can't get 2 in a row, even though elites can come in question marks. Nostalgic. For me, it would just always be Gremlin Nub. It'd be Gremlin Nub every time. Yeah, I never play with them either, but still, I think technically that's how it works. Alright, I'm gonna fight them. Oh gosh. Could have had a free relic there, but I'm gonna keep clicking the button. Alright, fine. I want your relic, and I want it bad enough to click that button. We could rush down the Eruption, draw some extra cards. If we draw Vigilance and it doesn't cost 0, we're in big trouble. So I don't think we're going to do that. I guess Rushdown can hit Eruption, which puts us in a different situation, so let's see if that happens. Hit Defend. Alright, so I think we're just going to Strike, Defend. Take 5. Okay. I think the plan here is Reach Heaven, Strike, Defend, and then Snecko Oil. I don't want to bully your typing, but what does vacuously true even mean? Doesn't vacuous mean like empty, like vacuum? Why would something be vacuously true? Do you mean like trivially true? No, I'm just bullying you, sorry. Okay, so let's try and draw through violence. If we're trying to draw through violence, maybe we hold this strike. No, it costs 0. We should just play it. It's possible we triple strike him to death. Alright, show me the stuff. Vigilance still costs 2. I guess we do triple strike him. Works for me. Eruption Strike through violence. Does 12 damage to this one and kills this one. I kind of want to strike before Eruption, because Eruption has Rushdown going on. But I don't want to do that because I want the extra damage, so I guess I will take the not extra damage. Or I'll take the extra damage. I redrew Eruption, that's interesting. 18 plus 12 is 30, so even if we put both into Sentry, we wouldn't be able to kill him. We could do 40 damage to him and 12 damage to him and then Vigilance to exit. So we'd take 2 this turn and he'd be at 3. Dead Adventure is the only way to fight an elite outside an elite node in normal run. So there's no condition that makes what I said untrue. Well, that's... What about Thwack? Isn't Thwack an elite? I do kind of want to be in Calm. There's 4 attacks here, so we literally can't miss. We're drawing 7 out of 10, so even if they're all on the bottom, we draw one of them. And this is more efficient. We do take 2, which seems kind of unnecessary, but I'm going to do it. Or we could try to lethal both. If we Vigilance Eruption through Violence Strike, get an extra 9 damage. 9 plus 12 is 21, so he'd be at 22. So Reach Heaven would not be lethal by itself. Yeah, I guess like what would it mean if Thwack, like it's not like Thwack prevents you from seeing Slavers. That's just a totally different fight. That you draw another Eruption. That's true. If we Vigilance Eruption, we do draw them. I guess there is downside to playing Vigilance Eruption, because if we, then we can't exit. Nine plus 12 is 21, so we could put him at 11, and then if we top deck a strike that's playable, we could kill him that way, or Reach Heaven. Drawing 2 cards with 4 outs. out of 10. I think I'm going to take 2 to make the more efficient line. But I'm not going to re-enter Wrath. Yeah, there was no strike on top. Okay, that should be lethal next turn. Unless somehow Through Violence is not playable, which doesn't seem possible. Okay. Happy Flower. Well, that helps a lot. I'm glad we dug for that. Consecrate doesn't seem like an effect that I'm willing to play 1.5 for. Sash Whip would be our second attack, despite the fact that we just fought an elite. Indignation, we do have a Rushdown, so having a second Wrath enter makes some sense. I think it's Sash Whip, though. What if Sentries put a Daze and a Void instead of 2 Dazes? How would that feel? God, that would feel horrible. I mean, I guess it'd be... You usually can't use the energy, all your energy on a turn once you start drawing Dazes, but it would feel way worse, because sometimes you can. I don't think Sentries need to get any harder. What if it was a Daze and a Wound? I think Sentries are in a good place, though. Oh, Voids, Jesus Christ. You're giving me nightmares, BE. Yeah, I think I'll take Sash Whip. A Dream Catcher. Probably not going to rest this act. This is probably an upgrade, hopefully. Hopefully 2 upgrades. What if Sentries gave 3 curses? Jesus. That's true. I didn't really think about how Void interacts with specifically 3 energy cards. If Act 1 elites were going to give curses, I think it would be Lagavulin. Lagavulin would give you like either he would give you 2 random debuffs, and sometimes it's a curse. The strength down effect of Lagavulin is truly strange. I have no idea like what's supposed to be happening fictionally when Lagavulin debuffs you. I guess he's making you sleep? Is Lagavulin hypnotizing you? Is that what's happening? But he starts out sleeping, right? He's the only Slay the Spire character that sleeps. So clearly his character must be all about sleeping, right? Is he the only Slay the Spire character that sleeps? No, Niao says he sleeps at the end, after you win. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. But maybe it's more of like a he's like cutting your... There's a D&D monster where if you're in the ethereal plane and you have like a little silver cord that connects your soul back to the material plane, and there's monsters in the ethereal plane that'll try and cut that, and then you die. Looks like what I imagine those things look like. Sir Erdimal, did I get the plane right? That's not the ethereal plane, right? It's like some other... The astral plane, maybe? Yeah. What do you do at the campfire when resting? Wait, what do you mean? It's... you rest. you like sleep there. Oh, you mean for Dreamcatcher? Oh, you mean the player characters sleep. Good point. Didn't think about that. So we'd upgrade Sash Whip. I guess we should take Dreamcatcher because we don't have very many good upgrades. Is that a weird thing to think? Because Rushdown does nothing, Eruption does nothing, Reach Heaven and Vigilance just get tiny baby numbers. Same with Strike and Defend. Sash Up does get a little better. Would it be more interesting if Lagavulin would continuously gain +2 Metallicize on each turn? Are you saying instead of the Strength debuff, or in addition to the Strength debuff? Oh, instead of debuff. Yeah. I think that would be fine. It's a little bit less interesting. I think Jaw should start with 20 Strength. Ridiculous. In the past, I took a Sapphire Key when it was okay. Like, this Sapphire Key is fine. It, like, makes Curse Key a little better. Dreamcatcher isn't very good with Coffee Dripper, so, like, Sapphire Key is that optimizes for our boss relic. Being an energy relic. And I made that kind of justification in the past, and then I got landed with just like a literally useless relic later from a chest. I was like, darn. Should have kept the should have taken the small marginal advantage rather than getting literally nothing later. I guess we're pretty behind on card rewards too, right? These aren't very good. The Rushdown's the best card, but like, I don't know. If Dreamcatcher gets us like a Talk to the Hand, we're super happy, right? So why not just take it? Watcher Never Rests. Yeah. Yep. Probably not going to be useful, but maybe it's useful, right? Yeah, I'm gonna take the key. All right. Fine. Awkwardly, we can't play Eruption and Reach Heaven. We have to choose. Reach Heaven double strike or Eruption double strike. 2 strikes next turn would mean we're not getting lethal next turn, so we probably shouldn't be in Wrath. Or else we'll be forced to play Vigilance. So this sort of sets up for next Eruption, which is hopefully turn 3. Okay. Two cost 3 violence is not what I was hoping for. Play Vigilance Defend to block out. I guess we take 1 if we Vigilance Defend. Spending the whole turn striking is not very appealing, but maybe it's necessary. Let's do the math. Assuming we'd redraw Eruption and at least 1 strike, then this will do 40 plus 9's 49, and the 1 strike will do 24. 49 plus 24 is 70 some, so that's lethal. Seems very likely we get lethal next turn without having to strike now. So I'm gonna go into Calm. There is that. Why does 1 strike do 24? Great point. It does not. Well, we kind of sold ourselves up the river here. We were relying on drawing the Eruption, and it didn't happen. He is weak, we're vulnerable, and he gains 3 strength when we defend. Is it worth defending? Unclear. We have 4 energy left. We could defend twice. He has 6 strength. He'd go up to 9. He hits for 16 by default with this move, right? And then it turns out to be 24 because you're vulnerable every time. So just to check, 16 plus 6 is 22 times 1.5 times 0.75 should be 24. It is. It's 24.75. So then if we did 16 plus 9 for his new attack. That'd be 25. Multiply that times 1.5 times 0.75, and we get 28. So he would gain 4 damage. Which I think is kind of unusual. Shouldn't it do less because he's weak? I feel like gaining 4 is what he normally does. What about 16 plus 12? 16 plus 12 is 28 times 1.5, 0.5 times 0.75 is 31. So if we double defend, he gains 7 attack. So B, he gains 4 and then 5. So the first defend does actually save you 1 health, normally. So the first defend saves us 1 health, second defend saves us 2 health here, because he's weak. And we should only do that if we're fairly confident that we're getting lethal next turn. Is it guaranteed? If this costs 3 and this costs 3... If these all cost 3, we don't get lethal, but that's pretty much the only way. But we could ameliorate that by playing 1 strike now. If we play 1 strike now, then it's literally impossible. If we defend double strike, then we can't possibly miss. So at least 1 defend is getting played. And then do we take 2 health or guarantee? Let's see, so if we take the 2 health, he hits for 31, we block for 10, we take 21 damage. Are we resting then? We did not take the Dreamcatcher, so probably not. So let's try and save the health. Should work out. Yeah, okay. Criminal Knob, the only fight where you're picking a 3 energy defend. I mean, you know, Snecko Eye does some stuff, right? Ink Bottle, very difficult to proc with Snecko Eye. We're not going to be playing lots of card. Indignation, signature move, Empty Body. I don't hate Empty Body. We have a Rushdown, so stance changing stuff is inherently fairly good. Could really use another attack. I don't think we can pick signature move though, not with 7 card hands. It does get decosted on average. Does a bunch of damage. But we also have the through violence that gets stuck in hand a lot. I think I'm going to take the Empty Body. Having an exit seems like a really big deal. It's not as good as Empty Mind, but it's not terrible either. Rest for 18 or Smith the Sash Whip, probably. If this is Sentries, do we survive? Fear Pot's useless. Sentries is not too bad with Watcher on Snecko Eye. I don't think we're probably upgrading it both though. But maybe. If we perfect it and we perfect these hallway fights, we could upgrade both. That's probably not going to happen though. That's a lot of perfects in a row. Go rest. It is Sentries. We can probably kill this middle one. 36, 45 damage. Almost guaranteed to draw Vigilance. Not guaranteed, but almost. It's weird to kill the middle one first. But I don't like taking 15 damage. We have an extra energy next turn. Alright, let's do it. Play that for the ink bottle. Better get used to that. Playing unnecessary zero-cost cards. Oh, wow. 20 plus 16 is 36, so we have to use all 3 attacks if we want to kill somebody. Yeah, every card costs 0 except for strike and defend. We are going to proc ink bottle here, which will draw us that defend. Or potentially a through violence. I'll defend first because if I draw the through violence, I want to still be in wrath. Okay. But we didn't. Eruption through violence is lethal. Well, there's one perfect down. Carve Reality seems insane. Oh, right. Yep, ink bottle. Good point. Think Flintlock. I'll try to do that better. I always just see lethal and I go for it, but I can't do that anymore. I need to set up ink bottle on 9. It's true. Yeah, through violence has decided that 2 is the cost. Okay, so we finally have some nice attacks. Carve Reality and Crush Joints. Crush Joints is edged out a little bit by Sash Whip. We've already got a little bit of artifact removal. But having access to vulnerable will be okay. Second Empty Body is definitely not going to take a pick over Carve Reality. Are there relics that you always forget that you have, and why is it Cloak Clasp? Definitely not Cloak Clasp, actually. We had Cloak Clasp, what was it, yesterday? And man, we utilized the shit out of that Cloak Clasp. I always forget about Orichalcum. Unceasing Top, yes, oh my god, every time. I'm like, well, that relic's useless. And then over the course of the run, at seemingly random times, it'll draw like 2 cards. And I'll be like, oh yeah, that thing. I think I like this card. Clicked. Okay, Bottled Flame is probably a skip, right? Calendar, yeah. Yeah, Cloak Clasp is so ridiculous. What if we Bottled Flame a Sash Whip? That's true, Eruption is an option. Are we going to want that in Act 3? I think we are. Blowing people up on turn 1 is never bad. If we bottle Eruption, though, then it's like very likely to be drawn before a Rushdown. I guess it's still 50-50, because it still gets in the same hand sometimes. Snecko, the upgrade for Eruption does nothing. We will never upgrade him. I'm gonna find Ragnarok next fall. I know, right? Bottled Flame is one of the worst relics in the game. Definitely at its best on Watcher because of Talk to the Hand. But I would definitely bottle a Ragnarok with this deck. Unfortunate that we don't have anything good yet to bottle yet. I think I will bottle an Eruption. It's not like amazing, but the bottle doesn't cost much with Snecko Eye. Pray Snecko didn't see the Snecko. Oh yeah, they do get new values. They count as being drawn, which is kind of strange because if you have more innate cards or bottled cards than your hand size, you get all of them. So if you have 6 innate cards in your deck, you start with all 6 of them, not the 5 that you would normally draw, which is so strange. There's a weird interaction with Bag of Prep. I'm not sure what you mean. 10 backstabs. Get him. Alright, I'm gonna do it. Initial evidence supports Prairie Snecko's interpretation. Maybe. Maybe. Bag of Prep cards don't get new values? What? I don't think that's true. Is that really true? Eruption, Carve Reality, Smite kills this one. I think we probably have lethal next turn. Or right now. Wallop seems absolutely insane. Oh, I should have played an extra card. Damn it, Ink Bottle. Ten establishments. Or you could do 5 establishments, 5 battle hymns. Yeah, I would be very surprised if Bag of Prep did not interact properly with Snecko Eye, but I guess it could happen, right? Is it in Discord? What are you? Huh. Okay. Oh, you mean you want the Discord link? I think that you can also type !Discord if you want that. But I'm happy to do it for you. Sure. Ambrosia Pot seems better than having a duplicate potion. Triple defend Sash Whip, I guess. Rishon costs 0 and Kid costs something. Reach Heaven, sure. Yeah, so the Bag of Prep and Snecko Eye have different triggers, right? Because Snecko Eye applies before you draw any cards, right? And Bag of Prep happens after you draw your initial hand. If you watch closely, you can see that you draw 5 cards, and then Bag of Prep flashes, and then you draw 2 more. It happens very quickly, but it does happen. Bag of Prep definitely happens after Snecko. This walks for 13. Can't play any attacks this turn, so boo. I will take 1. Well, we technically didn't perfect this fight, but it sure felt like we perfected it. So we did actually end up perfecting all these floors that I said seemed unlikely. That's the way it goes sometimes. Cut Through Fate. Doesn't seem super necessary. We already have a lot of card draw with Snecko Eye. Yeah, I mean, relics do have an order in which they proc, but they also proc at different times, right? Like, if you have a ceramic fish, and a bloody idol, it doesn't matter what order they're in, because when you pick a card, that causes ceramic fish to proc, and that causes bloody idol to proc. It doesn't matter what the order is; they just happen on different times, and that's how Snecko Eye and Bag of Prep are intended to work, right? Snecko Eye happens just before Bag of Prep because they happen at different procs. Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's possible that the thing you're describing does happen. But that's kind of a fantastic claim, so it would require some fairly fantastic evidence. I don't think we want any of these. Bowling Bash is a good card normally, but I'd prefer a more expensive attack, like a Ragnarok. There are lots of claims happening on it. Okay, yeah, it probably happens then. But the timing argument that you're making, I think, is flawed. The wiki says it was fixed. Okay. Maybe that explains it, right? Maybe that, because, like, maybe that's why Bag of Prep happens after you draw your hand. Alright, I'm gonna skip. Bowling Bash is a good card, but not right now. Vulnerable Pot versus Dex Pot. Seems like Vulnerable Pot pays off better even for blocking with Wallop, so I think I'm gonna keep the Vulnerable Pot. Okay, seems like an upgrade. Probably on Wallop. Could see Sash Whip getting an upgrade at some point. Let's do Wallop. Okay. We only get to play a couple of cards. We can play Eruption, Sash Whip Strike, or we could play Rushdown and then not play Eruption and be sad. Yeah, it looks like Bag of Prep used to proc before it, since the first two cards were unaffected. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I didn't realize they'd changed to the order. We have a ton of damage here. This might be lethal, actually. 12 plus 24 is 36, plus 24 more is 60, plus the 24 from Smite is 84. So if we Vulnerable Pot, it definitely is lethal. We're willing to spend a Vulnerable Pot. Look at that. People being nice to each other in chat. Love it. It's weird that all of the cards do a multiple of 12 damage. It's literally 12, 12, 12, 12 times 2, and then this Smite also does 12 times 2. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 12. 5 times 12 is 60, so it's that plus 24, so 84. Yeah, let's go ahead and use the Vulnerable Pot. I don't really want the slimes to have 15 health. It's enough that it's like we can't kill them with one attack, and it's definitely easier if we don't use the Fear Pot, but being able to save a Fear Pot for Act 2 is good too, and it seems like we're pretty unlikely to take damage. Yeah, but what if they're both attacking and we only draw one playable attack? We could take some fairly serious damage. Holding the Smite, I think, is definitely wrong. Although maybe it's not. If we could use the Smite to split. I'm just going to use the Vulnerable Pot. Vulnerable Pot, I don't think it's very useful on, like, the first couple of floors of Act 2. Because, like, what does Vulnerable Pot do against, like, birds? Not much. It's probably best against Chosen. But I think we're going to get a replacement potion before we have a great opportunity to use this. Yeah, boards or orb, exactly. Okay. Alpha, Judgment, Brilliance are the options. How do we feel about Alpha? We have some card draw. Snecko Eye helps us burn through the deck real quick. Seems like it's a pretty good opportunity for Alpha. We don't really have a good, like, damage plan, right? We're not, like, doing Flurry of Blows stuff. If we picked up an Omega, it would be really good because it would get its cost randomized, and Omega's super good with Alpha. So it's worth considering. I do not work for Dropbox. I went to a party that they had. Did I not say Omniscience? Yeah, I meant Omniscience. The 4-cost card that'll play a card twice. Could play our Beta with it, or the Omega. What's an Omega? Omega is so Alpha sort of starts a little mini quest where you get an Omega, and then that gets you that gets you a Beta, and that gets you an Omega. And Omega is a power. Part of the reason it's good is because Omega costs 3, which really disrupts your turn. We have Snecko Eye, so it costs a random amount, so it's not that disruptive. And we have Mummified Hand, so it makes something else cost 0. Oh. On the flip side, Judgment's pretty good. In those fights we were just talking about, Birds and Orb, Judgment is particularly good. Also good against Slavers. Judgment interferes with Fatal procs a little bit, so if we get like a Lesson Learned, we'd be a little bit upset about having both of those, or a Ritual Dagger. But Judgment can still solve some problems that are otherwise difficult to solve. Brilliance is actually okay too. There's a couple of like if we get like a Worship, we'd be pretty happy to see Worship. We have a Wallet Plus already, so going into Divinity makes a lot of sense. We do have an empty body, so it's not super convenient with Divinity, but Alpha's nice because you can just pick Alpha and be like, okay, I'm done picking damage, right? Like, if you pick, like, a floor 1 Battle Hymn, you're like, alright, I don't need any damage until, like, way later. And Alpha's like, alright, I've got all the damage I'm ever gonna need. Our like, Act 3 and 4 damage is done. We just have to, like, build the deck around supporting it. So we just need, like, Vaults and stuff. Vault, Omega. Deceive Reality, that kind of stuff. Wave of the Hand. Makes the Rushdown feel a little silly. Rushdown and the Bottled Eruption. I guess the problem becomes that we only draw like 5 real cards on turn 1 because we draw Eruption and Alpha Plus once we upgrade that. I'm gonna pick it. Let's try it. Alpha Snecko Eye. Well, I guess it's Dome. We need some energy quite badly, and Dome's the only way to get it. Domega lol. Yeah, so the thing I was talking about with Alpha is we just like pick a bunch of block cards, and if we pick Dome and all we're doing is like playing Alpha, Beta, Omega, and block cards, then we're gonna generate a bunch of block every turn no matter what. So that makes some sense. We don't really care if they're attacking, we're just gonna block. Argument for Calling Bell is what? We could randomly get an upgrade on Alpha with Warpaint, which we need. We could get some energy. We could get card draw. We could get like Bag of Prep or like Centennial Puzzle or something. It could have Art of War. Art of War would be pretty insane if we're trying to do all blocks and Alpha. Yeah, Third Eye Apparitions Vault. That sounds like a good place to be. We do have to survive quite a while against the heart to get alpha kills, but it's not impossible. Once you survive the first rotation, the other ones aren't that bad. The first cycle of the heart is very likely to kill you, but if you survive the first one, you're probably surviving the second and the third. The third can definitely kill you, but the second is definitely a dip. Yeah, I think we're doing dome. Okay. Champ is up first. Champ is not great with alpha. You really want to be doing like the last 200 damage to Champ all at once, and Omega is a little bit slow for that. So not a great roll there. Probably want to get to a shop. We have 440 gold. Unfortunately, this path looks like it forces us into a second shop if we want to get 2 elites, which is not ideal. Only other shop available is here, which is on a 2 elite shop path as well. But a lot of hallway fights in that path, a little bit light on fires, and we are forced into both elites as soon as we choose the shop, which is uncomfortable. Fires are a priority too. We need to get that alpha upgraded. It doesn't seem like we're too great at Act 1 or Act 2 elites. Omega's too slow for Book. It's also too slow for Slavers. It's fairly good against Gremlin Leader. But we still need to solve the initial tranche of Gremlins. Alright, I think I'm going to do the right shop. Maybe we avoid this late one and just don't do a second elite. We'll have to see when we get there. They heard about the money. They're coming for it. Alpha Vigilance Defend does a pretty decent job of blocking out. Not amazing. They're hitting for 22 every time. After we play Alpha and Vigilance, we'll draw a card. If that card is Beta and it costs 3, we are kind of screwed. We'd probably have to Ambrosia Pot. Alright, let's see it. I guess we could have played Vigilance Defend and then Alpha, so that wasn't possible. But I think the thing we did was fine. Okay, take 9. Beta for 0. Okay. We want Rushdown to hit Sash Whip or Strike, so I'll Empty Body now. Okay. They're both attacking again, so 22 more damage coming in. I'll spread the damage a little bit because they can block next turn. I guess it doesn't matter because we have Omega next turn. Took a lot of damage here. And set up an ink bottle for next fight. Evaluate. Blocks and is card draw neutral. Sort of problematic retain interaction with Snecko Eye. I think we're going to pass on it. It seems like it's too late for a follow-up. Yeah, Snecko Insight's not the best. And Wreath of Flame doesn't really do anything. We'll pick up Wreath of Flame and then our Flex Pot and buy a Ragnarok at the shop. Rawr. I think we're skipping. Forgotten Altar. Well, I guess we're going to take a Bloody Idol. Part of the reason why you want to pick Golden Idol is because this event is so bad, and you get to dodge it. I like the healing too, but mostly I just hate this event. Okay. He is always attacking on turn 1. I'm going to have to pull up the wiki because we are a Runic Dome deck now. I always get Parasite, Shelled Parasite, and Snake Plant confused. Because they're both Act 2, and they're both, like, kind of wiggly solo hallway fights. They're like, they seem like plants. There's not enough design space between them. Alright, so Shelled Parasite is always attacking, but he could be using one of 2 attacks. So he's either hitting for 12 or 14. They're both kind of wiggly. Yeah. 12 or 14. We can't kill him, but we can draw some extra cards with Rushdown Eruption if we want. Is it always 21 at Ascension 20? I missed that line. Oh, yep, he always starts with Fel on turn 1. Because we're in Ascension 17 plus. Okay. Well, we can block for 10. We could rush down and hope for something better. Is this ever lethal? It's worth asking. If rush down hits strike, we eruption, draw, reach heaven and wall up, both for 0. This is 9. This is 12 plus 24 is 36, plus another 12 is 48, plus the 9 is 57, plus 20 is 77, plus 24, so it is lethal sometimes. But if we don't draw these, then we would need to draw one of these. Oh wait, how much damage is it without? So it's the 24 plus 24, so 48, 57. So yeah, not particularly close to lethal if we don't draw these 2. We do have Divinity as an exit. Actually, is Divinity lethal? We'd play, like, Divinity, these cards, and then rush down the Eruption? Or do we start with rush down the Eruption and then do Divinity? I guess if we play rush down, we also draw a card, so let's see what that card is. Oh, it did hit the strike. We drew another one. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Pretty sure it is lethal with the Ambrosia Pot. I'm not sure if it's worth it, though. Okay, chair stream over. Also, there's no chair. Need to calculate the chances of drawing 18 damage from Rushdown. I think I actually don't need to calculate it. I think I can just Eruption first. And then, if I don't draw the cards, then I Ambrosia Pot. I think it's probably the line. Also, hi Glade Pixie. So if we Eruption first, that does 9 damage. And then if we Ambrosia Pot, then these are all doing triple damage. It does 6, 12, 18, plus 12 is 30, so that does 90 damage with the Ambrosia Pot. Yeah. Oh, can we use Flex Pot? That's a good question. So this would do 9. These would all do 22. And there's 3 of them, so that's 66 plus the 9, 75. So yes, we can use either one. Well, Flex Pot's definitely a smaller resource than Ambrosia, so let's use the Flex Pot. I'm pretty happy to use a potion. Our bar is full, so... Alright. Ah, would have drawn it. I think we could have saved a potion, right? I think this is enough damage without Flex Pot. Oops, that's a poor ink bottle setup. I should have done that better. Darn. We talked about Sands of Time earlier. But that was before Alpha. I think Alpha changes our mind about that. Cut Through Fate is also... like Mowgli said, you could Eruption first. Could we? Yeah, you're right. We could have looked for it without using Flex Spot, I think. Because it only added 5 damage to the Eruption. That wasn't... We were definitely over by 5, so... So Sands of Time is a big chunky damage card. We kind of needed one of those. But now we have Alpha, so I think we're pivoting away from that. Cut Through Fate helps us find Beta and Omega. So it seems like a pretty big pickup. Also secretly does a bunch of damage. So we can kill people in fights where we don't want to play Omega. Okay. And shop time, 475. That's a big shop. Apotheosis is both super good and has special extra value. Because if we... sorry, Beta Plus costs 1, is that right? Beta Plus costs 1, which doesn't matter, I guess. But Omega Plus does 10 more damage. You bottle the Eruption. Wouldn't that Sands have let you blow things up 1 turn easier? Definitely. Yeah, Sands of Time would be good in the deck. The problem is Cut Through Fate is also good in the deck. And they were fighting. So, yeah, Apotheosis is actually not quite as good as I thought. I thought Apotheosis was great. There's actually a minor advantage to leaving Eruption unupgraded. We were talking somewhat ironically about upgrading Eruption earlier, but in the presence of Apotheosis, Eruption is actually significantly better unupgraded. Let me explain. So, Snecko Eye randomizes the cost, so if we get a 3-cost Eruption, as part of the effect of going from Eruption to Eruption Plus, it reduces the cost of Eruption, so that cost reduction will apply through the Snecko Eye, so it will go from 3 to 1 cost, as a result of being upgraded by Apotheosis. Which is neat. Not usually like a huge impact, but it matters for Eruption. It matters for Rushdown too. So we're going to want to keep those unupgraded. Right. Yes, it will never be. Yeah. So if it only changes the cost if the effect of the upgrade is normally a cost reduction. So, like, for example, Sash Whip does not go down to 1 cost, right? Because its cost doesn't change as part of the upgrade. So that's one thing. And it'll only change the cost if the new cost is lower. So Apotheosis is pretty busted. We could also card remove. We have 475 gold, so we're probably doing a bunch of stuff. Probably not going to be a Sundial deck anytime soon. Although we do draw pretty aggressively. We're currently shuffling once every 3 turns-ish. Could buy a cult pot for some sort of future fight. Probably champ. Hard to imagine not picking Apotheosis, so I'm going to click that. Probably want like this third eye. Maybe Mental Fortress. We could have had 2 Wreath of Flames, good point. Think of all the trees we could wreath. So if we third eye card remove, that costs 134. So we have 143 left. Oh my goodness. As you can see, Coconut has no actual complaint. She was just on her way to the stairs. Decided to stop and yell. That cat. Nope. That's a Coconut. Would double wreath stack to 10 or +5 for the next 2 attacks? 10. She definitely likes to sell her own voice, that's for sure. Orrery hits on a couple cards. Anything with card draw, so like Wheel Kick, Cut Through Fate, obviously Talk to the Hand's always a hit. Anything with a really good upgrade, since we have Apotheosis. Coconut's currently disrupting a meeting that my wife's in. I feel like I need to call it out, because sometimes people on stream are like, feed your cat, and I'm like, she has food. She's got a wounded soul. That's the problem. There's nothing I can do to fix it. We don't have any special orrery value. We don't have like question card or anything like that. Part of the value of orrery is it like recontextualizes the rest of the shop. So maybe we like orrery and we get like a ton of stance changing stuff, and now we want to like buy a tantrum and a mental fortress. Not super likely, but possible. Also, we can't afford that, but you know. But I don't think it's really worth 172. I think I'd rather just third eye card remove. Strike or defend. I think normally you're supposed to remove defends here, but I want the deck to be very defensively oriented, so I think I'm going to remove a strike. How much would you pay for the rug if you could? I think you should be able to buy the rug, and I think the rug should give you nothing except for points at the end, so it's like a reverse spirit poop. And you could pay any price for it, and then the amount of gold you pay is how many points you get at the end. So if you're able to save up like 1,000 points, you can get a ridiculous score by buying the rug. How about if you're able to completely buy out the store, you get the rug for free? I love that. That's a great idea, Flintlock. What if we remove Reach Heaven since it adds a card? That is not a bad idea. Reach Heaven's not that much worse than a strike. Omni Wish Spoon rug deck. I love it. It does add a card. I don't know. It's more damage though. And like Reach Heaven, I guess like Through Violence Plus is pretty nuts though, right? Through Violence Plus is 30 damage, right? Yeah. Rug is a block card. I think if you play, okay, so I think if Rug was going to be a card, here's what I would have it do. Rug is a 0 cost colorless card, and when you play it, your opponent, so you wrap your opponent up with it, and their intention becomes nothing. It's like a net, but once you play it, it's removed from your deck. You get to one-time use. Yeah, it's kind of like intangible. It's a little bit better because you could block the heart from multi-attacking, or it's better against multi-attacks, I guess. Let's see. I'm gonna look at the camera. Okay, all right, we're safe. Can't be played if you've played cards this turn. The next turn, the enemy self-inflicts its intent end your turn. Huh? It's a very complicated card that doesn't really match the fiction of a rug to me. But it's a fun card. It's like the mechanics are interesting. I think we're just gonna remove a strike. I think Reach Heaven's too good. I think if you want to make a card that does what your card does, Amity, I think that card should be like Mind Shield or something, and it should only be playable if you're in Divinity. Cost 3. If you're in Divinity, your enemy attacks themselves instead. End your turn. Heal an additional 1 when resting. Come on, all these cards are so powerful, but that one's so weak. Okay, we're not doing anything else, right? Got 143 left. Can take a blind. Weak is pretty good. We currently have a Sash Whip for our week. Gain 100 gold on entering a shop. That's fun because it's like you're in a secret club of shopkeepers, and when he sees your rug, he's like, "Oh, cool. You're all right." Ooh, sell 1 item. Wow, these are some great ideas. I think if I was going to let you sell 1 item, it would be for full price. Wait, what happens if you sell a basic? How much are these worth? Unfortunately, selling cards is like super UI heavy. Would take a lot of implementation work. The more I think about it, the more I think I should either buy Blind or Cult Top. Yeah, Cult Top makes some sense. It does fill our potion bar back up. But I think it solves Champ for us. And I'm not currently super confident in the Champ fight. Blind removes artifact charges, does good things against the heart. I'm kind of building around an Art of War despite not having one. I only want skills, which is weird. I think a lot of people get caught in a trap that you're describing, Captain Grimm, which is like cards that cost 0 are inherently not good with Snecko Eye. And it's largely true that cards that cost 0 have a lot of their value invested in costing 0. So Blind is definitely not as good as Leg Sweep, right? Leg Sweep would be way better, but that's not from Watcher. Watcher has pretty limited access to weak. So I think blind makes some sense, despite the fact that it does cost 0. But I think it's gonna be cult pot. Okay. Writhe for relic. It's not terrible. Gives us something to do with this shop later. Sometimes the relic is really good. Writhe also can't be targeted by Mummified Hand, so we get to target that a little bit. If we have a Writhe and a Bottled Eruption and an Alpha Plus, then we would have 3 dead cards in our starting hand, which is a bit much. So I think I'm going to say no, because there's already some contention for starting hand slots. But if there wasn't, I think I would do it. Okay. I would really, really, really like to perfect this fight, if at all possible. Because I want to upgrade Alpha. And perfecting this fight is sort of required for doing that. So I think we probably want to use Ambrosia Pot here. And then just annihilate people. So we like Eruption first, and then Wallop for 36. I think it's 34. What do you mean by that? Oh, you think how much damage they're doing is 34? I'm presuming that Divinity Wallop blocks out. Is it predictable? Don't the aren't the slavers at least somewhat random? Obviously, like, Taskmaster's not random. Yeah, I think the slavers are both random on turn 1. Oh no, red slaver's always stabbing. But blue slaver is random. He could be doing either 13 or 8. Hey, Baylor. So either way, Divinity Wallop blocks out. Also, I think we're probably killing red slaver. So this does 36. He's got 14 health left. This does 18 in Divinity. Seems pretty efficient. Okay. No efficient way to kill this slaver. I guess 30 plus 18 is the least inefficient. Baylor's got a few hours. That's one way to put it. We could retain a smite, but I think it's so much damage right now, I'll just take the damage. Ooh, guess I'll take some extra block. It's an extra ink bottle card. Might as well. So Taskmaster is always hitting for 7. Now he's got 1 strength, so he's hitting for 8. What a jerk. We can block for 8 pretty easily, and then, like, cut Sash Whip. Cut looking for... I don't know. Through Violence is lethal, let's look for that. I'll take a 0-cost Alpha. I guess there's no way we're playing Omega in this fight. He's only at 11. But whatever. We have guaranteed lethal. The decisions we're making don't matter. Ink bottle should get set up. So let's play some cards. Great. Okay. A Toxic Egg, you say? Well now, oh my god, Toxic Egg Vault. I guess the upgrade doesn't matter, but Vault. Sure. Right? I guess we have Apotheosis, so maybe the Toxic Egg is, like, not super impactful, but, like, it's a Vault. We're an Alpha deck. Click on card. Okay, let's go to apparitions. Those aren't apparitions. We removed a strike, so this would add 2 cards to the deck. We have some healing already with Bloody Idol, so we're not like desperate for healing. We also didn't pick Coffee Dripper, or don't have Coffee Dripper. I shouldn't say didn't pick because it wasn't offered, but we don't super need it. It would reduce our current health down to 43. With Omega in play, you can't bite to full. Yeah, I mean, we would probably just be skipping Omega in fights where we want to bite to full. I think this is just a no. I don't see the point. Bite pluses are quite good. Apotheosis with a bunch of bites is pretty nice. But losing the ground on card removes, I think, is unacceptable. And the max HP doesn't help. Plus, we have to hold out for apparitions. We have Toxic Egg. More questions. Look for apparitions. Yeah, we don't want like a snake plant. We want this to be an upgrade, so let's dodge that. We got the classic Wombo combo: Ceramic Fish, Bloody Idol. We're doing it. Oh, Potion Belt. That's neat. Our potions were full, so now we got a little bit of extra room there. It's weird that there are 4 different routes we can take that all have a fire. It's like, we could do a question first and a fire. We could do a fire first and then a question. We could do a fight and then a fire, or a fight and a question and a fire. So many options. If we do the fire right now, we get an alpha right now. Alpha plus right now. Doesn't really seem to matter. We'll do the alpha plus now, just in case the question mark's a fight and we need the alpha plus. I guess what fight is alpha plus super good? Centurion Mystic? Pretty good for Trip Cultist having alpha now. Yeah, that's true. Alright. Alpha. Snecko. Not very threatening for a Snecko Eye deck. Let's see what the card on the top of the deck is. Oh, that's nice. I was going to play that anyway. Alright. He's going to be confusing us. It seems like we're on a little side quest to do 23 damage, so that we can kill him with 2 Omega procs. We can Eruption Empty Body to not be caught off guard next turn. We're fairly likely to get an exit. Oh, I guess that's not true, because the Empty Body's in hand. I thought we had 2, but we've only got the 1. So it's like a 50-50 to get an exit next turn. Yeah, that's true. Bottling does not stop Snecko. Although, technically, if we wanted to confirm it, we would want to do it in both orders, right? We would want to have a Bottled Flame before Snecko Eye. But I'm fairly certain that Bottling card does not interact with the Snecko Eye cost. Sure. I guess we could play... If we're trying to Ink Bottle again, we could play 1 more card by doing Sash Whip, Defend, Empty Body. Or we just Sash Whip Strike. Or Strike Sash Whip. I guess that does more damage than Eruption, so if the goal is to do 23 damage, we should do it this way. Okay. Great. Oh no, we're confused. What are we going to do? Ooh, this is the Apotheosis interaction, so this beta will reduce in cost to 1, because beta plus costs 1. So this is pretty sick. Yeah. And now we could use Cut Through Fate to try and draw, but if we draw Omega, we might not be able to play it, which is bad. What is the maximum damage for Snecko? I need that. Is it Minty Spire where you can click on the enemies and see what their damage is? I want that so bad. I think that's like... That's what's going to push me to install mods. Also, mod the Spire. The one that lets people mouse over the relics. That would be really nice. So we can do 18, since we are not vulnerable. Info mod or bestiary. Slay the relics. I think I'm going to cut through Fate anyway. If Omega's on top, we'll draw it and see if we can play it. Ooh, it almost was. Yikes. Okay, well, we'll take Vigilance this turn. And be careful not to proc Ink Bottle. What a jerk. Omega Vault is lethal. It also sets up Ink Bottle. I guess it's Omega Vault end turn. That's the lethal. That's a talk to the hand. Adding a card to the deck also gives us some gold, which heals us. Healing for 10 per fight per floor is pretty nuts if we take the gold and the card reward. Wait, what's wrong with Bestiary? I'm confused with the missed opportunity. I mean, it's hard to skip a talk to the hand. This deck doesn't really want to talk to the hand, but it's a good card, so I'm gonna pick it. We want like a Ragnarok, right? Because we have Snecko Eye. Fish Bloody Idol is obvious synergy for Mind Blast Pivot. Ridiculous. Maybe if we were playing Endless, sure. I'm gonna pick it because it's a talk to the hand. It says plus on it. How wrong can it be? Okay. They're not attacking. Oh wait, does he attack on one? Shoot. How does this fight work? Starts with Bolt. So he's attacking. Oh no, he's not. Bolt is the non-attack. What is... Why is that move called Bolt? That's very misleading. Yeah, I was pretty sure that neither attacked, but I wanted to read the wiki. Let's strike first to draw a card, see what it is. Okay. We want to play an extra card for Ink Bottle, and I don't think we want to be in Wrath, so we're going to play Empty Body. Okay. Apotheosis upgrades Beta, which doesn't do anything, but that's okay. And then probably like Vigilance Wallop. We're going to Wallop on Sentry because it does damage and we need that to get the block. But we're going to talk to hand on Spirit Guardian because that's the target where we actually want the damage. We could Beta Cut Through Fate to try and draw Omega right now. If it costs 3, we can't play it. Otherwise, we could like Beta Third Eye. He's hitting for 22, and he's not attacking. Is there a way to see win rate when starting with Snecko? I feel like it's high. I don't know what you mean by see win rate. You'd have to do some data analysis. That's true. We could theoretically play it. I guess we're always Sash Whipping, so let's do that now. The problem with any other line is like Beta Third Eye just like only blocks for 6 and then we take a bunch of damage. It's always happening. It's a 1 in 4. I think that's too much. I'm not going to risk it. If there were 2 0-cost cards and I hit my hand, I could draw it with Ink Bottle. Or 50-50 to draw it with Ink Bottle. Two out of 4? No, because it can cost 0, 1, 2, or 3. And if it costs 0, 1, or 2, that's fine. It's only if it costs 3 that we're screwed. Okay. Omega. We're getting hit for 11 this turn. He's dying. So we just have to block for 11, and that's the end of the fight. Now we're setting up Ink Bottle for next fight. We have to be careful to do less than 22 damage, or else the fight ends now. I guess there's a little bit of tension here, trying to set up Happy Flower versus Ink Bottle. We can't do both. We only get to play 2 cards this turn, so I guess doesn't really matter which ones. Okay. All right. We skipped an Evaluate earlier, because Insights are bad with Snecko Eye, but this is an Evaluate Plus, which is a little different. Also, Pressure Points is available. If we're trying to do damage with only weird things, like Alpha, could pick a Pressure Points. We have a Talk to the Hand, though, so we probably shouldn't. Excuse me. Somebody hung up before I answered. Very odd. I think we're skipping these. Is Evaluate really not strong enough? 10 block. What am I waiting for exactly? What blocks for more than Evaluate Plus? Vault does. Wallop. Deceive Reality. Alright, we'll skip it. Yeah, Alpha. Thanks for the follow, Draco Diabolus. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. If we go to a shop, we've only got 171 gold, which doesn't seem like much, but if we buy a card, we heal, because we Ceramic Fish and Bloody Idol, and we get to go find another, fight another elite. It's not a great shop, but I want to fight the elite, so I'll do it. Ooh, look at that. It means that we're not buying a card, right? I guess we actually could buy this Tranquility. It would only cost... Would it cost 13 or 12? But either way, we can afford it. Anchor's not bad either. We could buy Dark Shackles and Rushdown. It's true. It's very odd that this game is a card game, right? There's a deck of cards, and this is a card. It doesn't go in that deck of cards. It goes in this non-deck of non-cards. Just put on the final stuff for my apartment. Congratulations, I guess. What do you mean by final stuff? Are you going into a new place? Membership token. Membership certificate. Membership pass, sure. But membership card? Surely not. What would membership card do if it was a card in your deck? We've already played this game today, but I loved it previously, so let's play it again. What would membership card do? I think it would probably just give you gold. Dismember your enemies. Whoa. You could use it to line up little lines of cocaine. That's what people do with cards, right? Am I allowed to say cocaine? Am I breaking Twitch's terms of service? I honestly do not know. What if membership card was a card in your deck, and whenever you play it, you get an additional 1% interest on the gold that you have. So like if I played it now, I'd get 1 gold, but if I had 200 gold, I'd get 2. No, that's not strong enough. It'd have to be like 5% or something. 5% interest. Could call it grown-up sugar. Ridiculous. Yeah, if it gave, I think that's what I would do with it. It would be a card that costs 0, exhausts, and gives you 5% interest. You like a flat amount, like bandages or self-repair. Yeah, but I really like the idea that it's like a credit card, so it's like a percent. Or what if it deals damage equal to 5% of your gold? That'd be pretty sick. You could get that to do like 50 damage if you had 1,000 gold. There's a mod character that's like all about gold. I have long waited to throw leftover money at the heart. Okay, what if membership card was called credit card, and when you attacked with it, you got to enter a number, and that number was subtracted from your gold and dealt as damage. So you could just literally just credit card your way through the heart and be like, you know what, I would like to purchase a damage cap, please. Here's 200 gold. That'd be perfect. I love it. Mind Bloom for 1,000 damage. Oh man. So I think it's card versus shackles, right? It's way too strong, but it's super fun. I mean, it's a relic, right? So it's expensive. I mean, consider the existing shop relics of like, whatchamacallit, Clockwork Souvenir and like orange pellets. Like, there's the power cap for shop relics is sky high. They're allowed to do some kind of busted stuff. Even membership card is super busted. Yeah. And then there's hand drill. Oh, hand drill. Brimstone. There's some insane shop relics. I'm gonna click this button. It's the reason I came to the shop was to proc ceramic fish, but I'm not gonna proc ceramic fish. I'm gonna buy a membership card. Okay. Apotheosis decosts eruption. He's hitting for 5. We don't know if he's attacking, which is kind of scary. We could alpha and then swift pot and hope to draw beta so that we can apotheosis beta. It's not a terrible idea. Hand drill is pretty good in downfall. Interesting. I haven't played downfall yet. I really should. It's kind of embarrassing to have not played it yet. Everybody's played it. We could just assume that he isn't attacking and do alpha, apotheosis, eruption, talk to the hand, and kill Fat Gremlin with eruption, talk to the hand. Or I guess, I guess we can't play apotheosis, eruption, reach up, it's too expensive. Could use the strength pot for something. If we do strength pot, we don't have to go into eruption. We could just say reach heaven, talk to the hand on Fat Gremlin. Let's play alpha and then swift pot. Okay, we did not draw beta. We did get empty body, so going into eruption is a little bit less punishing now. Can we play 3 cards before we play apotheosis? If we play Talk to the Hand and Carve Reality, that is 13 damage. So if we Strength Pot, we'd still be off. Be 17. But we could play Talk to the Hand, Third Eye, Empty Body. Third Eye would look to see if we can find Beta, and we would be able to put Beta in our hand. Oh wait, no, because then we'd have 3 energy left, so Apotheosis Beta wouldn't be possible anymore. Alright. So it's probably Apotheosis, Eruption, something, Empty Body. I guess that something has to be Talk to the Hand, because it has to go 0. Unfortunately, if we play 3 or more cards, we can draw Beta. 1 in a 13. We're also kind of implicitly assuming that he's not attacking. What if we Apotheosis Third Eye, and then if we see Beta, we don't play the last card, and the last card's Empty Body? That makes sense. Okay, there is Beta. So we don't want to draw that because we wouldn't be able to play it. But we can get rid of these cards. And then draw the Rush down, hopefully for 0. Did he cost something else in hand? Nope, not for 0. Okay. Alright, he was not attacking. Fine, be that way then. Beta Vault sets us up for playing Omega and killing the gremlins next turn. We have 12 block. He's hitting for 5. He could be hitting for... what would it be? 39? Is that right? That doesn't seem right. That seems too high. So it's for 6 times 3. For some reason I thought it was 8 times 3. Oh right, 8 times 3 would be 24, and he hits for 18 on one. He can't summon this turn. He buffed last turn. Can he not buff twice in a row? Oh yeah, can't use the same move twice in a row, so he's definitely attacking. Okay. Well, I think we definitely want to vault then. Ooh, Eruption Wallop Vigilance. The dream. Omega's getting played 2. I want to optimize the chance of that hitting Eruption, but it doesn't seem like there's any clear steps I can take to optimize that. So it hits a strike. Rushdown could cost 0. Darn. Okay, now we're setting up Ink Bottle for next fight. This and that, and this, and that, and that. Cool. We can't really control what turn the fight ends on, but we can control how many cards we play, so... Inner Peace draws a bunch. Somebody was claiming in chat that Gremlin Leader is a confirmed she by the developers. I would prefer to hear from Gremlin Leader herself, but in lieu of that being possible, I think I'll let the developers speak on her behalf. Drawing 4 cards in 2021. You know, 2020 was kind of a shit year, but you gotta give it this. It was really fun to say. Just say to yourself, 2020. 2020. It's way more fun than saying 2021. 2021. Just not as good. You're just tacking a 1 on the end of 2020. It's a whole extra word, basically. It's not as fun as the year 2000. Makes you sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. 2000. I apologize to all the Life Coach fans for the poor Austrian accent. PTSD that I've incurred. Indignation. We do have a Rushdown. Indignation could get picked. Rushdown is kind of a holdover from an earlier age when this deck did different things. But maybe that age could come again. I think I'm gonna pick an inner piece, and then if we get like a tantrum, that's great. The excuse me, the Oddly Smoothstone is actually really good here. We're looking for maybe like a halt or a Deceive Reality or something to scale that. Yeah, we want a tantrum because we have a Talk to the Hand. So let's pick an inner piece because it's good with tantrum and Rushdown, and it heals us. All right, no point in smithing Apotheosis. We get negative value from upgrading Eruption or Rushdown. We don't have any powers that we want to play before Apotheosis gets down. I think the pick is either Third Eye or Cut Through Fate. Both of those have sort of a unique property, which is that they can help us find Apotheosis, or like Beta. I think it's going to be a Cut Through Fate, because you get to actually draw the card that you look for. Although, if Third Eye is the first card we play in a fight, we can Ink Bottle to draw the card. And Third Eye gets 2 extra cards, whereas Cut Through Fate only gets 1 extra card with the upgrade. Maybe it should be Third Eye. Yeah, okay. Also blocks for 2 more, which is the thing we want to do the most. Maybe we find a mirror. We want to have a Third Eye plus to mirror. Okay, Champ. Let's go ahead and pull up his page. I think I know how Champ works, but just want to be sure. He will use blah blah. Okay, so there's no pattern. Just can't use the same move twice in a row. Taunts every 4 turns. So max damage he's attacking for is 18 with the heavy slash. 45% chance of that. Most likely thing that's playing around that. Also the highest damage. Yeah, Champ is very complicated. There's a lot of weird stuff with Champ. I'll play Alpha before Apotheosis, so the Beta could be drawn by the Ink Bottle. But it wasn't. I got excited about this Vault because we had seen Toxic Egg, but technically it would be better if this was a Vault minus, because then Apotheosis would get to upgrade it, or would get to decost it here, but it doesn't because it's already upgraded. So the cost will remain 3. The cost of Rushdown will go down to 0 though, which is kind of nice. Alright, see you in Flintlock. See you in a second. Whenever you're back. I guess we can rush down the Eruption and then exit. Wait, what did the Rushdown hit? Weren't these both already 0 cost? Oh no, defend cost 1. That's what I was planning around. Okay. We talked about Cult Pot in this fight. Is that still happening? We have a potion belt now, so we can try and hold out. We definitely get executed though if we don't Cult Pot. Even if we do Cult Pot, seems like execute's probably coming for us. I'm gonna Cult Pot. I respect Champ. Okay, we're vulnerable. He's Champ. Seems bad. We probably want to play 4 cards so that we don't risk drawing Beta. Unless we can play 4 cards and still have 3 energy, which actually I think we can. Talk to the hand, reach heaven, empty body. Empty body's positive energy. So we'd end up with 4. And then we'd have 3 after the 2 defense. Yeah, okay. No dice. There's Beta. Definitely don't want to draw Omega this turn. So I think it's like Beta Wallop through Violence. Or maybe Beta Wallop Third Eye. Yeah, let's do Beta Wallop Third Eye. The scrying doesn't do anything, but that's okay. So I believe this is turn 4, so he's going to be using Taunt. Which is fine. Alright, we've accomplished our little side quest. I think we want to save Vault for when he's, like, splitting, to avoid getting executed. Let's look up Inner Peace, see if we can get it to cost 0. Nope. Okay, there's the taunt. 3 cards here. We could gamble on Ink Bottle hitting Empty Body, but there's not really any reason to gamble. We can just double defend and see. Okay, it's not, so we're not gonna Eruption. So we'll just like strike Wallop Carve. Yeah. Seems like a lot of block. We put him just above his split point, which is nice. Let's weaken him. Unfortunately, that is not going to extend all the way to the execute turn. 5 cards for Ink Bottle. Probably not Ink Bottling this turn. Cut Through Fate is expensive. So we want to play like 2 more cards. I guess we could play 3 cards. There's not really... I guess we don't want to draw Vault or Wallop, huh? Those are good. So let's play 2 cards. That's probably Defend Plus and Carve Reality. Okay. Alright, so now he is... whatever his buff move is called, he's doing that. This is the time for Vault, because we're in the little critical section now. where we have to blow him up before he kills us. So, anger. We can play Third Eye and guarantee we get Eruption here, which is kind of fun. Eruption was on top anyway. I'll leave Inner Peace for next turn so we can exit. Actually, no, we're not going to be exiting next turn because we're going to vault this turn. So we want to draw gas. So we only have to do six more damage to get lethal. Seems easy. Ink bottle set up for next fight. Cool. Devotion is pretty good with Vault. Get another shot at Judgment. Seems like Judgment is almost never going to do anything good with Omega in play, especially since we're going into Act 3. We could use Judgment against Orblings, I guess, or what are they called? Darklings. We do have Mummified Hands, so Devotion is pretty good. It would be nice to have Divinity Wallop possible. Gives us something to do after we've played Alpha as well. Do Divinity stuff to go from 50 damage to damage caps against the heart. It's kind of hard to find a time when Devotion's not a good pickup. I think we're going to pick it here. Although the other cards do say plus on them. I guess Conjure Blade with 5 energy. Conjure Blade's kind of nice with Snecko Eye because it's X cost, so it doesn't get randomized. It's just always available. I did a run for fun last night that was supposed to win. It should have been a win. Yeah, we didn't buy tomorrow. That's true. It should have been a win, but I forgot to pick up the red key. I forgot to recall completely. Or actually, no, I forgot to blue key. Whoops. If it had been a win, I would have counted it, and I would have started the streak at 1 and had to explain myself. Sure. It's true. Yeah, powers, yeah, Devotion is a good upgrade, that's fair. This is a terrible idea. We have Snecko. We could Astrolabe and get rid of the last strikes. That would make me feel pretty good. It gets us upgraded cards, which doesn't super matter because we have Apotheosis. But could get us an extra Vault, or Talk to the Hand, or Ragnarok, or something crazy. Seems like Philo Stone is probably not a good idea either. We have to survive the heart for quite a while for Alpha to do enough damage to kill him. And Philo Stone probably makes us take like 45 extra damage in that fight. Which is a lot. And I'm pretty worried about that fight. Are seeds Ascension specific? I don't know the answer to that question. Like, are seeds even character specific? I don't know. I mean, from the literal meaning of seed, right? It's a seed for the random number generator. So you should be able to play any seed on any Ascension on any character. Because you're just... The Ascension and the character are not random. But it's possible that as a developer, what I want is for somebody to click the seed, send it to their friend, and then their friend have the same experience, right? They get the same choices, they're playing the same character. It's more of like a run identifier than a literal random seed. So I could kind of see it either way. Okay, let's Astrolabe. We've got a Weave, a Perseverance, and a Just Lucky. Well, Perseverance is... Well, these are kind of bad. Weave is actually okay. If we manage to scry the Weave away before we draw it, then it still costs 0. So we can use that to interact with Talk to the Hand. Just Lucky interacts with Weave, so maybe that does something. We do have Dex, so Just Lucky is going to block for 4 as well as dealing 4 damage. Scrying for 2 draws us towards our Alpha Bits. Perseverance is kind of a bummer. That's going to get stuck in hand, costing 3 a lot. But it is Perseverance Plus, so it'll block for a large number at some point. It's better than the Strike. Alright, this archetype is amazing against Time Lord. We do have to go this way, which means we're forced into this shop. And this decision doesn't matter because we're going to be forced on these paths. I guess it technically does matter because we could go to a shop here, but we're never going to do that. So let's go. Alright, we've got a pretty good plan for Spikers. Can we kill the Exploder right now? Probably. Would it cost us playing Alpha? Yes. So that seems bad. I think let's just Alpha, Third Eye, Talk. I guess let's Alpha and see if we draw Beta. Actually, no, we should Third Eye first and then Alpha so that we can't draw Beta. There's Apotheosis, that decosts Eruption. Usually I would assume that we're trying to get rid of all the cards here so that we draw Beta sooner. But I will take a Apo. Ooh, 0 cost Apotheosis. You don't say. Theoretically, let's see. No, if we had 1 more energy, we could Alpha, Cut Through Fate, draw the Beta, Apotheosis to decost the Beta to 1, and then play it. But we're 1 energy short on that. Alright. Am I willing to accept a 1 in 13 of Beta being on the top? To get 3 extra block and 9 damage into the Exploder? I think that I am. 1 in 13 is not super high, and even if we hit it, it's still 1 in 4 to be playable. So it's 1 in... It's, what's 13 times 4? 42. It's 3 out of 42. That are the bad ones. Alright, Devotion could cost 0. That'd be nice. I guess Vigilance could cost 0 too. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that probably is. Okay. Nice. Not taking damage. Why not draw Bane now? I was trying to block for more. It's possible that they were all attacking. Beta's always getting played, which gives us lethal next turn. So now all that we care about is blocking out this turn. So Wallop and Empty Body do that the best. I guess Sash Whip does even better. Because then he can't attack, because he's dead. Okay, Omega ends the fight, and 1 more card sets up Ink Bottle. For some reason I thought we'd reshuffle once. Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, there's no point in drawing Ascender's Bane if it doesn't do anything. Could have vaulted for Flower. It's an interesting idea. But then I wouldn't have Omega in hand. Unless you're suggesting that somehow we would Omega vault and not win on the spot. But I think we would win on the spot. Like, yeah, because vault causes your turn to end before it starts a new turn to begin. So I don't think we could Flower. Also, we would only get Flower on 1. Empty Body Plus seems pretty insane. Seems like that's exactly what we want. It's not quite as good as a Third Eye Plus, but helps us proc Rushdown. We've got a Inner Piece now. I guess insane is overselling it, but it's a block card, and that's all we really want. Okay. Sweet, full health. Okay. Let's alpha, see if we draw beta. Oop. You can draw beta there, right? The way the animations are timed, it implies that you can't draw beta, but I think you can. We can Vigilance, Empty Body, and then do other stuff. I guess we can Vigilance, Eruption, play some attacks, and then Empty Body. They can't multi-attack this turn. What's the max damage this turn? So the outside two, I guess they all pick a different number. What are the Ds? Oh, D is between 7 and 11. Okay, so max damage is 13 for all of them. So 39. Whew! 39 is a lot of damage. We can weaken one. Well, there's not much we can do about it, so... Yeah, Fear No Evil's like both good and bad with Dome, right? I want to put all of them under 50 for obvious reasons. Sweet. Okay, so he hit for 11, he hit for 9. So his number is 9, his number is 7. 9, 7. Zero cost beta, sweet. He is probably attacking because I think he can't buff 2 turns in a row. Is that right? Yes, he can't harden twice in a row. So he's attacking. Could be either a Nip or a Chomp. Right? Yes. We don't know what his number is yet, so we'll assume it is 11. So he's either hitting for 13 or... Sorry, 13 plus 2 is 15. 15 or 22. And then these can both be attacking. He can be double attacking. His number was 7. Oh, his number doesn't matter if he's multi-attacking. So it's 18. It's 22. A lot of damage coming in. I don't know why I counted it. Doesn't really matter. Talk Wallop Defend. Actually draws a card awkwardly. So I think we only want to play 2 cards. So it's probably just Wallop Defend. Darn. Well, that hurt. Omega's lethal. We don't have any way of getting life back. Just setting up ink bottle for next fight. Okay. What a bunch of jerks. Good thing we've got a ton of healing. Wheel Kick seems insane. Card draw. Also heals us for 5. Okay. Here's the theoretical shop we could go to, but we'd be forced into a second shop in just a second, so that is not a very efficient use of a floor. Let's play alpha, see if we draw beta. We have never drawn beta, and now I'm getting a little suspicious. I guess it's only a 1 in 20. Shouldn't happen very often. The Maw. Let's look him up. Always starts with Roar. Equal chances of using all the other attacks. After he noms, he always drools, and then after drool, he picks one of the other two. Drool and slam picks one of the other two randomly. Such a weird and complicated fate. So he can just sit there and drool and slam all day. He can just go right back and forth. But if he ever picks a nom, he's going to do drool after that. So the worst case scenario is he drool slams repeatedly. Oh wait, that's actually not that bad, because then he never noms, and nom is the scary one. So he like drool slam, drool slam, drool slam, drool slam, drool slam, nom is the scariest pattern. Whatever, he's roaring right now. Let's play this third eye and try to find beta. Got beta and apotheosis. Hey, we get to scry away weave too. Sweet. We could actually wheel kick to draw both now, but then we'd need them both to cost 0, and that's not going to happen. I can't play Cut Through Fate, because then I would draw one of the important cards. So I guess I'll just weave and empty body, then vigilance, because I want to stay in calm. Okay, Apotheosis decosts beta. Maybe we're skipping Apotheosis this time. We can just like beta, rush down, vault. If we get lucky and rush down hits Oppo, that's something. Okay. Hey, it did. Nice. Okay. Omega. So now empty body costs 0. Let's empty body and see what we draw. Devotion for 0? Okay. Got 6 energy and not much to spend it on. Might as well save the smite for Wrath at some point. Double defend here. We could Vigilance Inner Piece to draw. Or we could like Inner Piece Empty Body for energy. I guess we've got plenty of draw, so we should probably just do it for energy. Let's see what those cards are. We've got 3, 6, 9 cards in hand, so Wheel Kick is safe. We drew Weave, but it still costs 0. Excellent. Pretty close to another ink bottle. If we Inner Piece Empty Body, we will draw a card as well as blocking. Alright. Probably like Carve Reality, Sash Whip, defend, maybe Perseverance? Is Perseverance necessary? So last turn he nommed, so he's always drooling now, so it's not necessary. Or wait, did he? No, he slammed last turn. So he's either nomming or drooling. No way to tell him. Okay. Well, we can weaken him either way. It's currently his ×3 turn, so it would be 15 damage Not super threatening. So we've already blocked out, so we might as well just double smite. Looks like we need to do 12 more damage to reduce him down to a 3-turn thing. Alright, so that was Nom, so he is going to be drooling now, which means he's not attacking. So we can try and get a bunch of damage. Let's cut through Fate and try and get Weave into the discard. Oh, we did. Amazing. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was total number of turns, but you're right. It's total number of turns divided by 2. So now we have lethal. Do I play too many cards? No, this is perfect. Great. Let's end. We even got Happy Flower on, too. Second Wallop seems great. Pretty happy to see that. Sure. Potions! Fruit juice, Gambler's Brew. Great. We'll save the fruit juice until we have a reason to do it. Alright, so we really have 446 gold. Looks like we have 223. But that's not true. Toolbox is the only, like, really exciting thing here. I guess Pen Nib on a Wallop is pretty good. It's another counting relic. Gotta catch 'em all. Hey, Stixu, good morning. We can afford Toolbox and Pen Nib. And card remove, right? You know, that 45 damage against the heart is actually not that cheeky. Because Alpha is not going to do damage caps, right? Like, Alpha by itself is only, or Omega by itself is only 50 damage a turn. We need to be getting closer to 100. So the Bronze Scale is doing 45 damage every 3 turns is not small. Yeah, Mayhem. I don't know about that. Is Bronze Scale better than Pen Nib? No. Getting Pen Nib on a Wallop is a pretty big deal. So I think Bronze Scales is good. I think it's just not better than Pen Nib or Toolbox. Mayhem Blasphemy sounds great. We don't have Blasphemy, so we're safe from that. It is actually a pretty decent Mayhem deck. The only bad card is Eruption, and that's bottled, so it's pretty unlikely to be in the draw pile. Maybe we do play Mayhem here. Sometimes it gets us like Omega or something. I guess it can waste a Vault is the worst thing. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But if it hits like Apotheosis or Beta, Rushdown, Talk to the Hand, I'm pretty happy. Wallop even. Wheel Kick. I guess Empty Body's not great. If it hits Eruption, yeah, that's true, because if it hits Eruption, that means we've already shuffled, so we've already seen Rushdown. We probably played it. It's never Purity, right? I don't think Purity is very helpful. We do have a Rushdown, but we also have Snecko Eye, so it's not like we're going to be doing a combo. Pendant plus Scales is within budget, but then we're not going to get much else. It's probably 2 relics and a card remove, I think, is the line here. But I like Toolbox a lot. I know people are excited about the Scales and the Pen Nib, but like Toolbox is super good. We get a Panic Button, Dark Shackles. That's right. We can just take a cheaper Mayhem, get it from Toolbox. Oh, you mean from the Tesseract event? That's probably what you mean. We're going to be swimming in Mayhems as soon as we go to this question mark. It's going to be Tesseract, and we're going to see 3 Mayhems. And we're going to get the one from the toolbox every fight. We're going to have 4 Mayhems per fight. The heart's not going to know what hit it. It's going to be sitting there like, beat, beat. I'll be like, Mayhem, rawr! Imagine the Mayhem. It's actually pretty good with Weave, too, because it doesn't draw the card, it just plays it. So it goes from your draw pile to your discard pile. So if it plays Weave, it does not randomize the cost. The Joker build. Alright, I think it's Pen Nib Toolbox card remove. Do we ever take a card just for healing? We'd go to 60. Could take a Rushdown. It costs us a card remove. Wait, can we actually afford this? If we do both of those, it's 160... yeah, 169. What about 5 Mayhems from Tesseract Toolbox in this shop? That's what I'm talking about, man. Tesseract is only 3, though. Oh, you mean from Tesseract Toolbox and the Mayhem that's right there. That's a good point. We could get an extra one. I missed out on the bonus Mayhem. But that prevents us from card removing. And if we card remove, we're increasing the density of Mayhems in the deck. It's all about the Mayhems, but putting a little different spin on it. What are we card removing at this point? I think the defends are decent. It probably is a defend, though. BRB getting furniture. Good luck. Furniture. Defense. Yeah, alright. I guess defending or removing a defend is clearly the right play. I guess Just Lucky is actually pretty bad. No, Just Lucky draws us towards Omega. It also procs Talk to the Hand. It blocks for more than a defend, usually. That's not really true. That's 6, and a defend is usually upgraded, so that's 8. Could remove Sash Whip, but the weak is fairly valuable. Reach Heaven has been in the discussion for card removes in the past. B suggested it, if I'm going to name names. Would I rather have Defend or Wallop? Yeah, definitely Wallop. I don't hate removing Reach Heaven, though. I mean, Defense block for 8. That's significant. I think it is actually remove Reach Heaven. Because, like, Carve Reality always generates a smite that costs 1, and it's nice to get, like, an extra card for Ink Bottle. Sash Whip is our only source of weak. Wallops are obviously super good. Empty Body's good. Cut Through Fate draws. Yeah, like, every card has a purpose except for Reach Heaven. Reach Heaven's just kind of like, Reach Heaven, go burr. I guess Perseverance is pretty bad, but it's better than a Defend, so it's never on the chopping block. Just Lucky's kind of weak, but it draws. I guess Weave is pretty bad. Yeah, Weave has got to be worse than Reach Heaven, huh? But there is kind of a dream with Weave, at least, right? How many Scry cards do we have? 1, 2, 3, is that it? Yeah, just those 3. So not super likely that we're going to be getting Weave back in a useful way. Perseverance is bad until it's in hand for 5 turns and it blocks for 20. Exactly. Yeah, it's true. Reach Heaven has a downside. Yeah, let's remove the Reach Heaven. It's not necessary. Okie doke. Kind of a weird line. Let's go fight a Mega Elite. There's the Mayhem. We did it. Enlightenment is pretty good, though. Honestly, the Mayhem is pretty good. Playing extra cards is good in Giant Head. The only bad card is Vault, and Vault is pretty bad. I'm not even sure Mayhem is the wrong pick here. But it seems like Enlightenment is tremendously useful, so let's do that. Okay. I kind of want to play Alpha first so that we have an extra shot at drawing Beta. But I guess that's not going to happen. So I'm going to play Third Eye first to control what we draw. Would Snecko override the 0 cost from Metamorphosis? Yes, it would. They're both doing the same, like, permanent cost change effect. So whoever writes it last wins. We could take a Vault right now. Inner Piece actually draws like 4 cards this turn. Let's do that. Oh wait, if Alpha costs 1, and then we play Vigilance and Inner Piece, we've played 3 costs worth of stuff, so we only have 2 left. So we could draw an unplayable Beta. So let's take Vault instead. Okay. Are we willing to go into Be in Wrath when we Vault? I think yes. It's nice to get extra damage. These are both damage. I'll take that next turn. It's nice to get Beta, but... actually... Yeah, Beta's too slow in this fight. We need other sources of damage. Ooh, Apotheosis Beta. Sweet. Unfortunately, 3-cost Perseverance is not amazing. Kind of failed to block this turn. There's a decent chance that he's hitting for 13, which turns into 26. It's a lot. Could use the Stance Pot to go into Calm. Saves us, let's see, 26 is 23 damage versus 10 damage, so it saves us 13 health. It's a pretty high value Calm Pot. Okay. Omega for 0. Jeez, all the powers are in hand and they all cost 0. Okay. And Wallop still costs 3. I'm gonna not use Empty Body, I'd rather just be in... Oh wait, now I will, because I want to play Wallop and Smite. Probably shouldn't have played the expensive Defend. They do the same damage, so there's no ordering. Alright, let's play the cheap stuff. We could Vigilance Inner Piece to draw some cards. Sure. Or we could, like, Weave, Cut Through Fate, Weave, Sash Whip. Yeah, I guess we care about damage more than about cards. So I'll just play Inner Piece for a slow proc. Just lucky for 0, maybe. Ooh, it is for 0. I'll leave a Wheel Kick and an Enlightenment Plus for next turn. Sweet. Maybe I should have Strength Botted in this fight. It's a lot of health to dig through. Enlightenment is useful. Be nice to draw that other Wallop. He is hitting this turn, so it's for 40. Good wheel kick for the shuffle. I think we're looking for a Wrath exit if we can find one. Otherwise, I think we have to not go into Wrath. What is Perseverance blocking for now? 17. Eruption draws 2 cards. There are 2 exits. 3 exits. 4 exits. We got 2 antibodies. So there's 4 exits out of 11. It's a pretty decent chance of getting an exit. It's one of those, if we don't, we die. We draw 3 cards, though. 3 cards with 4 outs out of 11. It's like highly probable. Ends up being 7 factorial over 11 factorial divided by 4 factorial over 8 factorial. We're drawing 3 cards, right? Yeah. So it's whatever that number is. Which is 22%, 21%. That 21% chance of missing. Which is the chance that I'm interested in. Alright, I'm going to risk it. I'm going to take the strength pot, too. Probably should have done it earlier, but we did not miss. Got an empty body. Okay, so it's probably like Wallop Third Eye Empty Body then. Third Eye Empty Body obviously first. Should have just done the Third Eye before the Eruption. I don't know what I was thinking. I could have guaranteed it. It's not like we weren't going to play Third Eye. I guess then we wouldn't necessarily have the energy. So there's a trade-off there. This draws cards. We need to reapply weak next turn. We can't end with an attack, though. We have to end with empty body. Alright, we need to do 72 damage if we're going to try and kill him this turn, or we need to survive. Surviving 45. We can block for 20. Reduce the cost of our Just Lucky, then play Sash Whip. It's not much of a turn. I guess we can Enlightenment and then Vigilance Empty Body, which is a lot of block, so it's probably enough. We're not quite out of the woods. We have to do 6 damage next turn, but should be able to do 6 damage next turn. In Divinity, with a Wallop. Okay. Unfortunately, it's a bad ink bottle setup. Pretty good at digging through ink bottle stuff, though, so it looks like we're getting back some of it. At least we got pen nib set up. Rego Pill is probably never proccing. There's a Halt. Pays off the oddly smooth stone. We've only got the 1 Wrath Enter. Eruption. Blocking for 5 for 2 energy is pretty bad. Is it worth it? Definitely be worth it if we had a Tantrum. But we don't have a Tantrum yet. think it's not worth it. How annoying would it be to quickly explain those probability numbers? Not annoying at all. I was actually kind of surprised nobody asked about it. So like the way to think about it is, so look at the like 7 out of 11, right? So the reason that's a 7 out of 11, just ignore all the exclamation marks for now. The reason it's a 7 out of 11 is because there were 4 cards that were hits, and it was an 11 card deck, right? And 11 minus 4 is 7, right? So there were 7 cards that were misses out of 11. So our chance of drawing a miss on the first card was 7 out of 11. And then our chance of drawing... So what we care about is if we miss many times in a row. If we miss 3 times in a row. So our chance of missing the first card is 7 out of 11. And then assuming we did miss, our chance of missing again is 6 out of 10. And then missing again is 5 out of 9, and then 4 out of 8. And the reason it's... So the factorial is those series of multiplications, right? So if we take 7 divided by 11 and multiply it by 6 divided by 10, that ends up looking like 7 factorial divided by 11 factorial. And then the reason why we divided it by the other factorial is because we want to sort of cut off the end of that series. We're not drawing all 11 cards. We're only drawing the first 3 of them, if that makes sense. Okay. Nice. Happy to share. You've got an HS tag, so you're probably a Hearthstone player. That's applicable for all card games, right? It's tough to do that math in the time frame that's relevant for Hearthstone games, but sometimes possible. If you have a deck tracker, then at least the deck tracker I use shows you the probability of drawing a card that you have 1 copy of and a card that you have 2 copies of. I think I'm skip on Halt. I think I'm not quite trying to pick Halt here. Just paying 2 for it is so like heartbreakingly bad. The deck is getting kind of large too. We need to keep it small so that we can alpha or omega on like 2 or 3. It's a fight. Spire growth. We could get money. It's gonna be pretty hard to set up a hand of greed though. Since we do most of our damage with, whatchamacallit, Omega. We do have Pen Nib active right now, so we could just do 40 damage with it off the bat. I mean, I guess I'll take it, right? 40 damage off the bat, and then, like, maybe 20 gold. I guess it would be 25 gold, because it'd be after Apotheosis, presumably. I guess it's 25 damage the first time. Oh wait, no, we have to skip Hand of Greed because we need to play Alpha and Apotheosis. That's disappointing. Okay. Alright, we need a block for 25 every turn is how this fight works. Let me look it up real quick, just to make sure. Yeah, so he can hit for 25. He can't do it twice in a row. Oh, he can't use either attack 3 times in a row. Okay, so he can hit for 25 twice in a row. So 37 is the next damage here. Need to play beta. If we play beta and draw Omega, then we have to play Empty Body to play it. I guess we're just hoping that doesn't happen. We could Third Eye first. Yeah, let's Third Eye first. Control what card we're getting. We could Vault. That seems really good. Vault has kind of a weird interaction with this fight. If you Vault, you still have to block the 12, because the 12 happens at the end of your turn, not during his turn. So let's develop that Omega, and then make sure we're blocking the 12, and then get Devotion down, and poke for a little bit of damage. Play an extra Defend for Ink Bottle, and go to next turn. A 1-cost Omega. Alright. Decosts a 2-cost card, so it was a negative energy Omega. Seems like Talk to the Hand is getting played, probably Just Lucky and Wallop as well. No way to set up Pen-Nib this turn. Rushdown's fine, I don't think we need Perseverance next turn. It's not as quite as much as 37. If we smite, we could take 1. I guess taking 1 is probably acceptable. Okay, Weave costs 1, so we could Weave, Cut Through Fate, Weave. I think we're probably better off, like, Weave, Sash Whip, Walloping. And then, like, Vigilance, maybe. Actually, if we Wheel Kick, the fight ends. Not a good Ink Bottle setup, but it's a fine Pen-Nib setup. Yeah, I like ending the fight. Mental Fortress versus Third Eye Plus. Ooh. I guess we don't get that much value out of Mental Fortress. We should probably just pick Third Eye. Yeah, let's pick Third Eye. Good talk. Okay. Extra Fire gets a recall and then an upgrade there. Not really sure what the point of Extra Fire is, because we can just recall there. If we take a question mark. Question mark could be Sphere or Mind Bloom, which are pretty good. I think that's way better than going to an Extra Fire here, considering we're full health. Unlikely to rest anytime soon, despite the Regal Pillow. We also were offered Dreamcatcher this run, so we could have had them both. Winding Halls, unfortunately. Yeah, Ceramic Fish Bloody Idol has really been carrying us a little bit here. But honestly, just Bloody Idol's been carrying us. Bloody Idol healing for 5 every floor is super good. Alright, I think we're just going to lose max HP. Madness is kind of okay, but not sufficiently good. Mawbank. Wow, Mawbank and Bloody Idol? Jesus, we've got the whole gang, right? We got Mawbank, we got Ceramic Fish, we got Bloody Idol. That is insane. So we literally heal like 15 on most floors. That is ridiculous. We have a membership card, we have a meal ticket, and every floor is a shop. That's what's happening right now. Every fight, at least. Every fight where we take a card. Which is admittedly not every floor, but wow. We have 60 max HP. We could heal up to that in 4 floors. Just by walking forward. Let's finish up those keys. Yeah, DIY meat on the bones, seriously. Extra elites and questions seems pretty good. Nemesis. Shuffle your discard pile, draw 1 card. I'm trying to think of why that would be useful. Doesn't seem like it is. We did have a sundial at a shop, but we didn't buy it, so. Discovery? Madness? I don't know. I guess I'll take Discovery. We'll see if it's even playable. If we play 3 cards, we draw 1. Only useful if we accidentally draw unplayable beta. We've been pretty careful to avoid that thus far. Let's see. Can Nemesis hit for 45 on turn 1? I believe that he cannot. Yeah. So it's either 21 or nothing. We should play it on 21. Not like we can really do that. So I kind of want to play like Alpha Wallop Just Lucky. The problem with that plan is that we could draw a beta. And if we'd play Alpha and then Just Lucky, we would see the beta coming. But the only way to stop it would be to not play Wallop, and not playing Wallop is kind of a disaster. So this could be the first turn where we end up with an unplayable beta here. Because there's no way I'm not playing this Wallop. It's Pen Nib Wallop. He could be hitting for 21. Oh, great. Okay. Well, I'll just take a Wheel Kick then, just for safety. Okay. Naturally. I would pick Burns if I were you. Beta Third Eye Vigilance Defend. Beta Third Eye guarantees us Omega next turn if we want it. We have to scry away all 5 cards though. I think that's fine. Guarantees us Apotheosis and Vault as well. Oh, I guess we could miss it. We're missing 1 card next turn. Yeah, if he hits for 45, we take 20. Not much we can do about it. Okay. We can Apotheosis to upgrade Omega here, too. So we can actually do 120 damage this cycle with Apotheosis Omega Vault. Seems radically good. We don't have enough energy to play anything else. So I guess we could play Carve Reality, but we would draw a card. It would be this card. I'm going to skip Carve Reality so that we have 9 next turn. Oh. If Empty Body costs 0 or 1, we get to play a bunch of extra cards if we interpiece now. I guess I'll do it. I guess I'll Third Eye to control what I'm drawing. I guess I want block cards for next turn, so I'll take those. Just Lucky does cost 0, okay. Fair enough, I've already seen those, I will keep them. Can we do 31 damage? It seems likely. Eruption Cut Through Fate is 927. We'd have to find a playable attack in the top 4. I guess we have Fire Pot too for if it doesn't work. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. Weave lethal. Alright, let's play an Ink Bottle card. This doesn't matter. Okay, good fight. Shuriken, huh? Probably not going to do anything particularly useful, but maybe we'll get a strength or two out of it. Helps us scale a little bit against the heart. Cut Through Fate would be our third scrying card, or fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4, so it'd be our fifth. The first Cut Through Fate hasn't been amazing. It hasn't been bad either. We did just pick up a shuriken. Maybe we get a Nirvana. Or a Deva form or something. I think outside of having Nirvana or Deva form, I don't think I want a third or a second Cut Through Fate. I'd be happy with another third eye, but I think I'm done on Cut Through Fates for now. $142 for a red mask. It's actually $284. It's a pretty expensive red mask. I think I'll save it. Giant head again. Very difficult fight for this deck, so not very exciting. We can Hand of Greed Sash Whip to weaken him, and Third Eye to block. I'm going to play this in kind of a weird order. I'm going to play the Third Eye last, because of Ink Bottle, and I want to have at least 3 energy for if we draw Beta. And I do want to land the weak. Alright then. Not quite ready for the Vault yet. I think I'll just take the Apotheosis. Actually, I'll keep a Rush Down too, because Apotheosis decosts Rush Down to 0. Maybe I should keep Talk to the Hand? Nah. Okay. I think we want to Cut Through Fate before Apotheosis, so that if we can get Beta, we can upgrade it in hand. So let's do that. Darn. We actually want to keep all these cards, so that when we Beta, we put the Omega directly on top. It's going to be kind of an awkward turn next turn because Ink Bottle's going off, but... Okay. Oh, but Beta costs 0, so it's easy. I guess Empty Body for 0. Omega also costs 0. Great. Very easy turn, surprisingly. I guess we're going to play all the attacks in ascending order of damage. They all go at the same time now. Oh yeah, that sweet strength scaling. Get it. We could start with Third Eye, but I would like to get the weak down. Oof, that Sash Whip costing 3 is not too nice. Maybe it's time for a Gambler's Brew. We could defend Third Eye and then brew the rest. Yeah, okay. Eruption Wallop. We could keep the inner piece so that we can have an exit from Eruption. Just like he's pretty low impact. Okay. It's a little better. Now we're talking. Double Wallop Vault. Seems like the play. We draw exactly these 7 cards. We can wheel kick to shuffle and then cut through Fate Weave. Oh, I guess we're shuffling now. Because of Ink Bottle. Get a Pendib Wrath Mode wheel kick with 7 on the slow counter. Seems pretty good. It's about the best thing we could expect. We need a block for a lot, though. So I guess cut through Fate, hope for a 0-cost thing, defend Vigilance. Is Hand of Greed lethal if we draw it? We're in Wrath, so it does 50. It is lethal. 80% extra after 50. Alright, so it's a 1 in 4 chance to get 25 gold here. Or we could take the boring route and take the defend, or the third eye. Nah, I'm gonna go for it. Hand of Greed or no balls. Oh, yeah! Oh, wait, it's not lethal. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh my god, it's off by 1? Come on. I guess I'll... Do we Fire Pot for 25 gold? It also heals us, but we're at full health. Oh, Carve does work. For some reason I thought we were on Pen Nib, but yeah, we can just Carve first. Or defend, that would work too. Sweet. Okay, we can take a backup Sash Whip. Backup Sash Whip. It's kind of a weird idea. We've already got a Sash Whip. I guess it would increase our week uptime. Said no to evaluate a bunch. We don't want insights with Snecko. Bowling Bash. Man, we really did a poor job of setting up our other things. I guess we couldn't set those things up and get 25 gold, right? 25 gold is presumably better than Ink Bottle on 9. Yeah, I think we're skip on second Sash Whip. Interesting, though. Match and keep. Please don't curse me. Ooh, Lesson Learned. Wait, is Lesson Learned good? No, it's not, is it? Tantrum, I assume Tantrum is good, right? Just because it almost always is. We have a Rushdown in the deck? Yeah, sure. Okay, there's 2 doubts, so probably there's 2 more doubts. Free Tantrum. Okay. There are not 2 doubts, but there is... This could be a shame, so I'm not going to click it. And I do not want a voluntary eruption. Okay. Not much to do here. I guess we're smithing. Devotion, I think, is the only card that has an upgrade that matters. Wallop, kinda. We could be walloping on 1. Cut Through Fate helps us find Apotheosis and Alphabets. But I think it's Devotion. Okay, boss time. Pretty low max HP, 59. Take an extra Apotheosis. Secret weapon into what? Probably Talk. Secret weapon into Talk makes a lot of sense. Having double Apotheosis is not crazy in this fight, because we could Apotheosis the Beta and the Omega. Or like a Smite, the second Apotheosis. Oh, right, there's Mayhem. I forgot we were a Mayhem deck for a second. Does Mayhem ever kill us? It's pretty important we spend Vault at the right turn in this fight. I think having a Mayhem is probably not good for this one. I'm gonna go Secret Weapon for Talk to the Hand. We've got an Eruption, Wallop, and an Exit, which seems nice. Let's go ahead and grab that. Oh, Talk to the Hand's in hand. I guess we take Weave, so that it doesn't get decosted, or so it doesn't increase its cost. Yeah, Secret Technique would be sick. We could Alpha, Secret Technique, Apotheosis to decost it. Actually, it would only cost 2, but because it's not getting drawn. Sure. Talk to the Hand Eruption, or Eruption Talk to the Hand? I think we're blocking out with the Eruption Wallop. Talk to the Hand's kind of ancillary, so I'll just use it for damage. Okay. Now I don't have enough energy for Inner Peace. Why did I do this to myself? We could draw a 0-cost thing. I planned this turn wrong. Restart. I planned on playing Inner Peace. I need to play Inner Peace. Okay, I think we're actually skipping Talk to the Hand this turn. It's too expensive. I guess Empty Body is better than Inner Peace anyway, but still. Okay, so Alpha first. And then I'm going to play 3 cards to see if we draw Beta. Those cards are Secret Weapon for Weave, Eruption Wallop. We did not draw Beta. I guess we can try harder to draw Beta. And then Apotheosis, Empty Body to exit. But if we draw Beta, we're going to want to play Apotheosis Beta, and then we still have enough for Empty Body. Okay. Second Wallop. But we can't play it because we have to Apotheosis Empty Body. I guess we could skip Apotheosis. We could play Wallop Empty Body. It's not helping Beta. Upgrades all our defense and vigilance, though. Yeah, being efficient in this fight is pretty important. So let's be efficient right now. Okay. Can he hit for 24 twice in a row? I believe the answer is no. Ripple cannot be used twice in a row. Ripple is the other one. It's Reverberate. Reverberate cannot be used 3 times in a row. So he can be reverberating again. Okay. So we have to block for 24 again. We've got 5 cards in which to do it. We skipped Talk to the Hand, so those don't block. Just defend Vigilance blocks for 22. That's close enough, I think. Leaves 3 cards for next turn. He can't be hitting for 32. That's actually more than his Reverberate currently. We can't afford Defend Vigilance 3rd Eye. Could do Perseverance, but I'd prefer to let that stack if we can. Hey, Guitar. Seems like a pretty good run. I think we're doing okay. We could Tantrum Sash Whip to reduce his damage a little bit. If we're doing that, then we're definitely going to play 5 cards. So we would want to, like, carve Reality in there. It's kind of nice, does some damage. Doesn't Ink Bottle, but sets it up. We'd need to block for 30 in case it's Reverberate. I guess we also get a Strength proc when we do that. Okay. Getting a Strength proc and weakening him seems like enough. Sorry, take 8. Oh, what? Oh, he was weak. Yeah. Right. So Beta's always getting played. We are at 8 on Ink Bottle. So we have to be pretty cautious about playing other cards. You know what we should do? We should play 2 cards before Beta so that we can't draw Omega. So we should play like Rush Down Devotion and then Beta. Get Omega next turn. Yeah, that makes sense. Unless we hit Beta, but we didn't. Third Eye can get rid of Ascender's Bane. Not a huge win. He did just Ripple twice in a row, so he can't Ripple this turn. So the scariest thing he can do... Or, sorry, he can't Reverberate. He did Reverberate 3 times in a row. So scariest thing is Head Slam for 32, 34 with the Strength. 32 is a lot. We can only block for 14. So maybe this is the Perseverance. It doesn't really do much more than Third Eye here, though. I don't really want to Pen Nib with Just Lucky, though, so I think we're just going to skip that. This turn hurts. Yeah, this is why we needed to develop the Talk to the Hand on turn 1, right? We should be able to, like, weave Just Lucky, weave Smite here and stuff. Yep. Okay, fair enough. Omega's gonna decost something, and I guess I want to see what that thing is. It's Empty Body. That's nice. So we can Empty Body defend. He is back to being able to Reverberate, so if we block for 20, he can hit us for 30. Not great. Could toss in the Perseverance here. I think we want to wait for a worse turn, so that we're blocking something truly desperate. We could Vault as well. It'd be nice to Vault when he is... Or when we're completely unable to block. But that's probably not going to happen. After this Omega, he goes to 300 and then 250. So we probably want him to split when he goes to 250. So we need to do 13 damage over the next 2 turns. So we could Weave right now to do that. Or Smite. They both basically do the same thing. Unless we're trying to split him next turn. In which case we need to do 63 damage. Or 64, because he needs to heal. Get 48 this turn. Yeah. Also, you can tell by looking at the thing. It says we're on floor 50. If it were on the second boss, it would say 51. Alright, let's go for splitting them next turn. I guess it doesn't really matter if we're splitting next turn or not. It's defend versus perseverance, right? Maybe we do just vault here. So it'd be like smite, weave, vault. Well, if we're vaulting, then Omega's gonna hit twice either way. And we can't ever split him, quote-unquote, next turn. Sorry, I get confused because we Omega at the end of our turn, right? So it's if at the end of our turn he's below 240, he'll choose the heal intention, right? So he's always going to heal at least 50 because we're going to do at least 50 on our turn. So if we wanted him to split after only one Omega proc, we would need to do 64 damage right now, and we can't do that. Because this is like 30. So I think we're going to save it. And do both of these. Perseverance is a big resource. I'm gonna use it. I don't want to take damage. We've already taken a bunch. Okay, it blocked for 10. Alright, he reverberated. We're doing 50 damage at the end of the turn, so we just need to do 14 damage here to convince him to split. And we have Pen Nib up, so doing 14 damage should be trivially easy. I guess I'll do it with Wheel Kick just because. Probably want a third eye before Wheel Kick so we know what we're drawing. And we want to play 4 cards for sure. Be nice to get Talk to the Hand down in the second phase, but it looks like that's not an option. I guess that would be an option if we don't draw here. Or if we scry all these away. If we scry all of them away, what's left? 2 Wallops. Wallops are quite good. I think I'll just take the Vigilance Third Eye and see what we can decost, or see what costs low. Both. Okay. 2 cards left. Seems like Third Eye Vigilance is probably the pick. Let's see. So we're picking cards that will get drawn next turn, but the next turn we're not playing any of them. I guess we could play Carve Reality for setup, but there's not really any point. Is it possible for us to draw back to Vault? I guess it technically is. So we can could try and murder him by choosing Vault. I think we could do that. So he'll be at 209, and if we Vault, we skip his healing, and he'd be at 159. Doing 150 damage in one turn is probably not possible. So let's just get rid of it all so we can shuffle. Okay, so now he's healing. So we're either going to do nothing or like play Slimes. We have Divinity next turn. We don't have any way to set up the next turn because we don't have any scrying. But ideally we want like a wall up. We could play Tantrum this turn since we have Divinity next turn anyway. Yeah, I think we're just going to try and wait for another clock cycle. Or wait for next turn with a full clock cycle. Alright, he has healed. Darn. Kind of a garbage set of cards. It's unfortunate. 2 slimes. Got 9 energy and no way to draw. Good point. We do have Brew. Hard to imagine a better brew than this. Brew and find like Wall Up or Vault or something. We could Third Eye and then Brew. Gives us some block for next turn. Or block for the attack that's coming in. Yeah, let's do that. Weave is free. Carve Reality Smite seems pretty good. But really we're looking for Wall Up here. I'll give up a Defend to look for Wall Up. How many defensive resources are there? There's a Third Eye, a Wall Up, a Vault, and 3 defense. Yeah, we'll probably be fine. We get an extra card in hand because of this Weave, too. Cut Through Fate can probably find Wall Up. It's very expensive, though. But we have 6 energy left, so it's okay. I'll take a shot at Wheel Kick. Maybe Wheel Kick costs 0. Nope. Vault might actually be lethal here. Yeah, because we can Wheel Kick, Weave, and then Vault. And then, so that's 100 damage from the Vault from 2 end turns. 66 plus 24 is pretty close to 97. We're getting lethal next turn. Yeah, Sash Whip cinches it. Okay. And now we just want to play 2 cards next turn. Ideally 2 attacks to set up Pet Nib and Ink Bottle. But we can't play 2 attacks because all the attacks are lethal. And we don't have can't play any 2 cards without killing them. So whatever. All right, Donudeka is next. Secret Technique can go get beta. Panic Button's fairly useful on turn 1. But I think Secret Technique getting beta is pretty busted. They're hitting for 24 on turn 1. Our only defensive resources are Third Eye and Just Lucky. Which is not great. If we Secret Technique, then we can't play Third Eye. Or if we Secret Technique for beta. So maybe we Secret Technique for like a Defend plus. Or an Empty Body, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Or Perseverance to proc it, but we need to block right now, not later. That's good. Beta next turn is great. Vigilance and Empty Body will help block. Cut Through Fate can help us dig towards Omega, but we don't really need that yet. Joined at the end of the run. How are we feeling about our chances? I think pretty good. It's an alpha deck, which is odd. So I'm not super familiar. This is not like comfortable territory. It seems like we're getting through it. Boy, not getting Apotheosis in the top half of the deck is pretty rough. Yeah, we do have some pretty sick Bloody Idol combos going on. Mob Bank, Bloody Idol, Ceramic Fish. So the Act 4 shop should be pretty nice. I don't have any way to draw or anything. I guess we can draw with Vigilance Inner Piece, but then we're not playing Beta. And Beta is how we win. Alright. This turn is rough. We're taking like 18 here. Yikes. Okay, Omega and Rushdown both do some stuff. Probably going to vault this turn. Mobbank procs twice. You mean at the fire and then at the shop? Yeah. The Omega is nice. I kind of want to play 2 cards so that we can see if we can draw Apotheosis, and then we can get an Omega Plus. Nope. Oh, we should have third-eyed first. Shit. We could have guaranteed that. That's my bad. I'm not going to restart the fight for that, though, am I? Restarting the fight sucks. It's too much work. Alright. And it's cheating. I don't care about that bit. These seem great. I don't consider it cheating. And then Ink Bottle wants us to play all the cards. I'm actually not going to play Wallop. We've got a Pen Nib. Oh no, Pen Nib just got used by a Weave. Whoops. Okay. Gosh, this Apotheosis is both at the bottom of the deck and then 3 cost, making it as hard to play as possible. I believe Donu is attacking this turn. Wait a minute. No, what? What's happening? Why do they only have 3 strength? I thought that... It must be that Deck is attacking for the second time this turn. So they're only playing for 30? Once upon a time, an old man told me everyone should accept the consequences of his own mistakes. He did die a pretty horrible death because of that. That's not the point. Is there any bad target for Devotion? I guess the worst target's Defend. So the worst that could happen if we play Devotion is we play Defend Third Eye. Which is like basically what we were going to do anyway. Okay. And hit Vigilance, which is even better. So then we Vigilance Third Eye. Nice. We get to draw 1 card from here, so I'll take the Third Eye. Ooh, look at that. Don't want to daze. Seems like setting up wheel kick next turn is okay. I don't really need the carve. I just need to block mainly. Okay. Alright, so now they're hitting for 36. We have an empty body, so we could Tantrum. Tantrum is quite expensive, although it's only net -1 energy. And it gives us a big wallop. But then we wouldn't be able to afford empty body, so that's probably not a good idea. We could wheel kick into a cheaper Wrath Enter in Eruption, possibly. Also possible that we can kill Donu this turn. We need to do 77 damage. Tantrum, wheel kick, Tantrum. Firepot would probably get there. This does 12, this would do 42, so that's 53. So we'd have to redraw some damage that's playable. Oh wait, no, Wallop gets there. So that's actually guaranteed, right? Tantrum, wheel kick, Wallop. Firepot. 12 plus 21, or plus 42 is 53, plus another 20 is 73. 73 is less than 77, so we would have to Firepot. Firepot's not, like, super useful in Act 4, but I would rather have it than not have it. But I also don't think I can block for 36. Yeah, this run's better than yesterday's for sure. Although yesterday did get to Act 4 miraculously. We do have Rushdown down, so Tantrum is actually going to draw 2 cards. So if we Tantrum Wheel Kick, we draw all 4. Alright. We needed 0 cost attack, not a 1 cost. Darn. Actually, wait, this says 24, and that's enough to make it lethal without Wallop? Means we're staying in Wrath, though. Which opens the door for dying. Makes it possible. Possible, but unlikely. Also gives us a strength, puts Tantrum on the top, it's a lot of damage. We'll be able to get proc Ink Bottle next turn. I think it should be fine. Turns out Deke's attacking, dies on the spot. Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, my streams are less important than your schoolwork, right? So, looks like we can go off with Weave here. Weave, just lucky Weave, Wallop with Pendeb. Oh, and we did get a stance exit. Wow. Get out of here, Apotheosis. You're bad. Apotheosis has been mean this run. It's time to get mean back. Alright, so that's lethal. But it's not a very good ink bottle setup. If we Vigilance Eruption, we get 2 energy and draw a card. Let's see, how much strength do we have? 3? So this should do 6 times 3, which is 18, which is still lethal. Okay, so this gives us extra ink bottle juice, but it's still lethal. Cool. Alright. Yeah, we didn't really set up the counting relics very well. It's very hard to do with Omega. Alright, so we climb a floor, because this is technically a different floor. The floor the heart's on, so we heal for 5. Very rare that this matters at all, but this time it does. We healed for 5 there. Oh, Vigilance end turn. But then, wait, wasn't he attacking? We're going to be at full health at the shop, so... We had 50 block, but we were in Wrath. I think he was hitting for 72. Yeah, just climbing to the shop floor is actually going to heal us to full, because Maw Bank is still active, so we'll get gold and heal for 5. Oh, Vigilance, right. Okay, you're right. Yeah, we could have... I'm not sure if that... I guess that would have made Happy Flower happier, which is pretty important. Probably could have got better ink bottle set up, too. Let's see... It's tough to find an upgrade that we care about. Rushdown Lane Eruption get worse if you upgrade them. No, Ceramic Fish is not useful right now. I mean, I guess it is, because we could buy a card at the shop and then get equivalently 18, or the equivalent of 18 gold. It's going to be actually a really good shop. Yeah, we have like everything that combos with Bloody Idol here. Bloody Idol, Ceramic Fish... Maw Bank, membership card. One of the best like shop or like gold centric relic bars possible. We're only missing like career and old coin stuff. Yeah, the Bloody Idol is actually pretty sick. I think it's Sash Whip. Yeah, if we like weak the heart on one. We really want that to be for 2 turns. So I think it's Sash Whip. It could do Cut Through Fate. Cut Through makes sense. I think it's Sash Whip. Okay. Act 4. Hey, there's an Incense Burner. Seems like a good relic for fighting the heart. Excuse me, sir. Would you like to ignore one of the heart's attacks? Why, yes, I would. You read my mind. Finesse is terrible. We have Snecko Eye. Swivel Plus is actually pretty decent. Blocks for 12, makes something cost 0. Could take a 3rd Empty Body. It seems like an overcommitment. Incense Burner is almost certainly getting picked. Morinda, you said Wallop or Cut Through Fate? This deck has both. Are you like asking what you should pick at a card award or something? We should probably pick Bottled Miracle. Sash Whip is almost gold positive. Yeah, we got low prices with the membership card. Sash Whip is on sale, and we have Ceramic Fish. So it's like only costs 4 gold for this Sash Whip. Oh, he's talking upgrades. That makes sense. Second Tantrum, I think, is a no. I think, yeah, so I think it's like card remove, Swivel, Incense Burner. And then, let's see, how much money do we have? So card remove, Incense Burner is 233, plus Swivel is 274. So we'd have 28 left, which is exactly enough for Explosive Pot. So we could go for 0 money and get the Explosive Pot, or we could get the better one, the Bottle Miracle. Seems like a great shop. Only thing that I think we're possibly missing out on is Empty Body, but I'm not sure we really want a 4th one. Or a 3rd one? It's a 3rd one, right? Yeah, 3rd one. Yeah, I'm willing to pass that. What are we removing? Weave. Carve Reality. Could be Eruption. I think the main reason for Eruption to stay in the deck is Rushdown. It's one of our 2 Wrath enters. Mostly it's Tantrum at this point, but every once in a while it's Eruption. Eruption's actually kind of neat, because if it costs, like, if it's expensive in hand... oh, actually, just kidding, we can't remove Eruption, because Eruption is bottled. I was, like, looking for it, and then I was like, oh, I can't see it, right, because it's bottled. So yeah, we literally can't remove Eruption, it's not an option. It's not in the deck, it's in this bottle. Oh yeah, you can't remove cards that are in bottles. I don't know why. Seems like you should be able to. Maybe a defend. Yeah, let's do a defend. I think Weave has a purpose, right? Weave lets us get 3 attacks per turn, and Proc Shuriken. Defends are just taking up space. Okay. And can we really afford Swivel and Bottle Miracle? Yes, we really can. Sweet. And 10 extra gold because of the ceramic fish. I forgot about that. Alright. Spire Elites. Shackles is pretty good this turn. Just peels off an artifact charge. But that's kind of enough. Enlightenment could be good. It's hard to say. Haven't drawn the hand yet. I'm gonna take Shackles. Oof, should have taken should have taken the Enlightenment. I guess we have Swivel Wall up, it's a pretty good turn. So Shackles. Let's see. So we want to play Swivel Wall up. And then like Alpha double defend. So I'm going to play Swivel Defend first, so that we can't end up drawing a beta without enough energy to play it. And we get a Vault instead. Okay, well let's just play Alpha Vault then, and save the Swivel effect for next turn. This is the dreaded Swivel Snecko Eye interaction people were talking about earlier, so we won't be able to tell what the costs of cards are next turn. You're assuming that the inside of the bottle is a liquid, and I think that's interesting, because it's clearly fire. There's fire, not water in there. How would he get his hands wet? It's a fire in there. Alright, let's play Alpha Vault. Maybe we skip Vault? Maybe we just wall up? Because I think we're safe this turn. Yeah, these don't actually cost 0. All of these attacks cost 3, except for wall up, which costs 2. Max damage this turn is what? So it's either Bash or Fortify. So if he's attacking, it's for 14. 14 plus 7 is 21. So 21 and 12. So Wallop would block out. Or we would take 1. Oh wait, that's not true. We take 3. It's not that bad, though. There is no way to tell. Yeah. So if we played Vault here, we would draw a full hand, and all the attacks would say 0, but we wouldn't know what they actually cost. It's completely hidden. Even if we look at our deck, all the attacks will say 0. I think skipping Vault is foolish. Gets us a turn closer to beta. We draw a full hand. Get the option to, like, Apotheosis or Devotion or something. We can just draw Wallop next turn. Okay, there's only one attack in hand, so we're either not attacking or we're proccing Swivel on Wheel Kick. Seems like we'll just Wheel Kick. Okay, seems like it's probably Beta double Third Eye. Double Third Eye blocks for 20. So we would take some considerable damage if Shield is attacking. Could use the Fire Pot to turn around, which reduces the damage by like 3 or something. It's not very large. Could use the Bottled Miracle to play Vigilance, which would block all the way out. When we play the Third Eyes, we need to get rid of 7 cards. So that there's only 5 cards left, because then we're going to draw 2 burns and 5 cards. And then, yeah, as Stixu's mentioning, we can guarantee Apotheosis Omega. Actually, we should Third Eye now, and then if Apotheosis is on top, we can Apotheosis into Beta, which decosts Beta. Makes this turn quite a bit better. Also, if we play Third Eye before Beta, we get to potentially see an extra card, because we can't see Omega because it doesn't exist yet. So let's start with the Third Eyes. Weave's always going. Talk is not actually very good next turn. If we're drawing for this turn, drawing Perseverance would be quite nice. I guess Talk and Sash Whip could theoretically be a thing. Use the Sash Whip to remove the artifact charge and develop Talk. I think I'm just going to get rid of both, though. Am I really keeping Perseverance? I don't think so. This maximizes our chances of finding Apotheosis here. Right, there's Apotheosis. I'd have to get rid of all 4 of these. Which doesn't seem like a huge deal. Oh wait, I could keep... Actually, I could keep 4 of them. In fact, I can't get rid of any more than 3 cards. If I get rid of more than 3 cards, then Inner Peace will overdraw us and we'll shuffle, and then the Omega won't be on top. So we get to pick 4 of these to draw. I think we're going to pick Wallop and Empty Body and get rid of the other 2. Rushdown's not proccing this turn, and Just Lucky is going to be too expensive to play. Wait. I think we're going to do this stuff next turn. I think the way this turn is going to end is we've already blocked for 20, and we're just going to play Beta. Because if we did the Vigilance Inner Peace thing, we'd have 1 energy left. And so we'd have to rely on, like, drawing Empty Body for 1 energy, and then Apotheosis costing either 1 or 0, so that we could Apotheosis and Beta, which is just, like, a lot of things to rely on. So... Actually, sorry, I guess I should get rid of 3 cards, because why don't there be 5 cards here, so that when the burns get added, we draw all 7. So it should be 4 cards, so that the Omega gets added. So we can remove 3 cards. Okay, so let's remove these 2. And then take a chance that we don't draw Omega. We have Cut Through Fate if we don't get Omega. So we can force to draw it. These are all good. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and Miracle out the Vigilance. Oh wait, we can't do that. That would cause Ink Bottle to potentially draw Omega. Damn it. He is attacking. What a jerk. Okay, everything's expensive. We definitely don't want to turn around this turn because Spear is quad attacking. We can do Miracle and then Apotheosis, which is neat. Get some upgraded miracles. Carve Reality draws Cut. We can use Cut to shuffle. Okay. Do we shuffle now, or do we get an upgraded Cut Through Fate? Upgraded Cut Through Fate is only 2 extra damage in this context, and there's nothing to scry to. So let's see the upgraded card. We have 3, 6, 8 cards in hand, so we'll be able to upgrade the miracles if we want. Okay. Alright. Yeah, we need the miracles this turn because we need to play Wallop. It's too expensive otherwise. Oh, right. Modified hand. Alright, he's dead over 2 turns. We'll probably turn around next turn. And, like, smite Spire Shield. He's not attacking, he's hitting for 40. We end up taking 44. It's a bunch of damage. He's actually not dead next turn. We have to do 30 damage to him if we want him dead. Which should be possible. If we win this turn, then Incense Burner's on 4. That's a good number. If it goes up to 5, we're in big trouble. We do not want to be on 5. I see that you said I'm dropping frames, and I see that I have dropped a bunch of frames, but I don't see any dropping right now. So the incident appears to be over, whatever it was. We're going to want a pen nib on something. How much damage do we have to do total? We have to do 28 to him and 35 to him. So that's 60 some. The 35 is a large number. We can do 42 with a pen nib wheel kick, which leaves 13, which we can do with Wallop. So that's perfect. And then if all the other damage goes into Spire Spear, I think we probably have enough, because we only need, what was it, 28? Yeah, we definitely have enough. Smite Sash Whip is enough. That was 4 cards that I just named, which would be a bad ink bottle setup. So we're going to want more cards than that. Probably by a lot. Great. That's also great. So let's take these 2. We've got enough energy, we don't need swivel. There's no way to draw without using Wheel Kick, and we want Wheel Kick to do double damage. So I'll just weave and then Wheel Kick. Okay, so he's already dead to 60 damage. Maybe there was a way to do this that didn't run a whole nother ink bottle cycle. Alright, Ink Bottle is the more important of the 2, and Incense Burner is way more important than Nib, so Incense Burner is perfect now. Let's end the fight. Art of War. Early in the run we were building around this. Do you know about the Vault Burner on 4 interaction? I know how Vault interacts with Burner. I don't think I know about the interaction you're talking about. It's not immediately ringing a bell. Grab a pressure points to scale up for the heart. It's actually not too bad. Is this a pressure points take? We should probably take a card from this pick. Taking a card heals for 5 here. Inner Peace hasn't been great. There's a bunch of scrying and a bunch of draw in the deck. So maybe we could get pressure points to do some stuff. Mental looks great with Mummy. Oh, and Mental Fortress. For some reason I thought Mental Points was what you were talking about. Turn 8, Burner him. Buffing instead of attacking if you vault before turn 8. Turn 8. Oh, yeah, sure. That's true. I care more about the first cycle than the third one, but you are correct. If we ever vault, we will be shifting it into the buff turn, which is not great. Doesn't seem like we changed stances enough for Mental Fortress, but maybe that's not true. We do have Mummified Hand. Got a Tantrum. There's a couple of changing stuff. I guess we've got 2 copies of Empty Body. I guess there's probably enough. Yeah, okay. Alright, picked up a Liquid Memories too, which is nice. Panacea on 1 against the heart. Sweet. Way to go, Toolbox. I didn't realize that Toolbox was an ancient souvenir, but it was. Or, shoot, what is that thing called? Clockwork souvenir. Didn't realize, but that's what it is. Okay. Seems good to me. If we can find an Apotheosis, we can block the, what is it, the Frail as well. Is it vulnerable weak Frail or vulnerable Frail weak? I think it's weak Frail. I think it would block the weak. We'd prefer to block the Frail, obviously, but we could either Alpha to try and draw Beta, or we could Third Eye to block beat damage and control what we draw. We also got Perseverance on 1, which is actually kind of good. We've got the awkward Art of War plus Shuriken combo. Block scaling. What do you mean? Sweet, we can weave for 0. We're gonna draw one of these cards. I don't want to draw any of them, so I'm gonna draw none of them. Oh wait, we could weaken the heart. That seems good. It's kind of what Sash Whip's for, right? It's like why we took Sash Whip Plus. But now I don't have enough energy. Yeah, playing 2 weaves on turn 1 is not really a super high priority, but I do appreciate what you're saying. That would work. Panacea is always getting played. I think Alpha is always getting played as well. We do currently have Art of War active, so I think we might play no attacks this turn, because we can't play 3 attacks. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I did think about that when I saw the when I saw the Cut Through Fate. I was just didn't mention it because it didn't seem important. But since you brought it up, that's why I didn't do it. I guess we should drink the fruit juice at some point. Yeah, it seems like Third Eye Defend is the end of the turn. Too bad we couldn't get the Sash Whip, but it's too expensive. Apotheosis Beta next turn. Seems okay, but not amazing. I'm gonna ditch a defend. That's not quite strong enough. I would like to get Talk of the Hand down. I hope this Apotheosis is cheap. I guess we are going to have 5 energy. This Art of War is actually super sick. This is definitely a deck that can play no attacks. No attacks, no problem. We have Runic Dome, so we can't tell if that worked or not. Ever Scry Apo Memories next turn. Scry Apo Memories. Kind of depends on what the scrying card is you're talking about. I don't understand. Apo is definitely happening. Scry Apo Memories. Oh, you mean we could have... I see what you mean. We could have scried away the Apotheosis and then memorized back the Apotheosis. Yeah, that would have made sense. So this is actually pretty sick. Beta costs 0, so we don't need Apotheosis to decost it. So we can just play it and upgrade the Omega. Which I like to do. I'm going to get Talk to the Hand down, but I guess we'll take a beat damage. It's not a huge deal. It'll be literally 1 damage because we're intangible. It also means we're not proccing Art of War this turn. Get to set up Swivel for the future, I guess. I don't want to play 2 cards. I want to play 1 card. And I kind of want that card to be Empty Body so that I block for 14 in case it's a multi-attack. I guess having Rushdown developed is not that important because both of the Wrath Enters are in the graveyard. I don't know. If I play Rushdown and it hits Empty Body, then I will draw a card with 4 energy. If I play Rushdown and it hits Perseverance, I'm going to play Empty Body anyway and draw a card with 1 energy. And if that card is Omega, we lose. Alright, let's just do this. Darn. He was weak for our intangible turn, and he multi-attacked. He was going to hit for 1 no matter what. Or wait, no, he wasn't weak, sorry. So he would have hit for 3? How much does he do? Yeah, it's true. We do have Liquid Memories. So, this turn. Yeah, so that Incense Burner only blocked for 15. Which is lame. We can't tell what the cost of Wallop is because we have the free attack power. We have the swivel effect. Why does that just say free attack power? That's like such a temporary development name that they shipped. So I think we start with Wallop, draw a card, and see what it is. It's Omega. Well, we're not skipping Omega. Unfortunately, Carve Reality did cost 3. Let's play the Omega. I was hoping it would hit Mental Fortress, but it hit Slime instead. This turn is really bad. We're probably going to have to use Liquid Memories here. Alright, so he is big attacking. We are not vulnerable, so it's doing 45. Liquid Memories blocks for how much? Goes and gets a Wallop plus. I don't have any way to get energy this turn. We're weak, so Wallop isn't actually blocking for that much. We're also frail, so regular defense don't block for that much either. We're not dying no matter what, because we've already blocked out enough to not die. Yeah, I think we just go get a, I guess Swivel blocks for more than Third Eye. Third Eye is pretty good, though, because there's a Burn and a Void. Whip blocks for 12? You mean Sash Whip? Our last card played was a Defend, so that's no longer valid, although that's a good point, that if we played it before the Defend, that would make sense. Wallop also blocks for like 12, so Wallop I think is strictly better, because it does more damage, although it doesn't weaken him next turn. What do you think the best card is? I understand it's subjective, so let's say you define it as each run you get it and it makes you think, okay, this is going to be a good run. So the way you phrased your question, I think prevents me from answering Apparition, because it's not like... Well, maybe I don't know. Am I allowed to say Apparition? It's just like, if you have Apparitions, you're in good shape, right? I think the things that are most like, oh great, okay, we're in good shape now, are relics. So if you got like a Snecko Eye, you feel that way. We could Liquid Memories the Rushdale, and then try to hit Vault or Mental Fortress. Carve Reality is kind of a bummer, though. Yeah, Lesson Learned, actually. Lesson Learned and Feed are really good answers. Or, Greed, Hand of Greed. I'm in a Third Eye. Is Devotion good, or does that come online too late? I mean, it's good next turn, because next turn we don't need to block. Seek, sure. Yeah. I'm more worried about not being behind on damage and Devotion not, like, doing damage next turn than I am about not having enough energy to play stuff next turn. Alright. I think this is going to be our Perseverance, too. Weave is positive block. I do not want to draw Slime again, so I'm going to play that. No reason to hold the Fire Pot. Looks like this might be kind of a squeaker. So we can't be missing damage. Alright, let's see what Wheel Kick draws. Should have set that up better with Pendant. I should have Eruptioned first and then Wheel Kicked. Not great. Skipping Void twice. Nice. We can draw cards with 0 energy here. Do we want to? We can, like, play Vigilance and then play both powers. We're guaranteed to hit both of these, and then we draw. I guess we draw and we have 2 energy. Yeah, okay. We're going off. We can play Cut Through Fate, or we can stay in Calm for next turn. I think staying in Calm makes the most sense. Oh wait, there's no exits next turn. The only exit is Tantrum, and that seems too dangerous to do. So we might as well go now. Guaranteed Vault next turn. I kind of wanted to just skip Vault, though. So that we can Vault on, like, some turn where we don't have block. Like, next turn we're guaranteed to have block because these two defends. I don't know. I guess if I never Vault, then Incense Burner lands in the third phase, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, Vault is 60... You mean that kind of 60 damage. Yeah. Vault is good. That's true. I guess I'll keep it. We'll see how the turn works out. Or we could just take none of these cards and try to find something else. Yeah, I'll just take a defend now. Okay. Ink bottle. Okay, he's weak. We have Vault for 0. If we Vault, we get up to 6 Divinity, so we don't get a Wrath Mode exit from that. But he does stay weak, and we do guarantee draw 2 Wallops. We could also Swivel Vault. Yeah, let's just... Oh wait, if we skip Tantrum, we don't Strength Scale? Oh no, we do, because Carve Reality, Smite, Weave, Strength Scales. So let's just do that and play a bunch of... Play like Defend Swivel. $20 block. If he is multi-attacking, it's 4 times 15, but then he's weak, so it's 3 times 15, which is 45, which kills us. Well, I don't like dying, so I guess let's Vault. Okay, let's Wallop first to make sure we're not missing out on block due to damage cap. I guess we want to Pendib a Wallop if we can. So it's like Wallop, Sash Whip, Just Lucky, Wallop. Oh, they don't all cost 0 because we had the thing. Maybe this can get a Weave. It can. These all seem okay. Swivel Wheel Kick should be good. Are we in a stance now? We're not, so Empty Body is a little bit underpowered. Okay, this sets up Pen Nib. This pays it off. Unfortunately, we block a little bit of our Omega damage here, but that's okay. Alright, so this is the multi-attack, because that was the big attack. We can Eruption Wheel Kick, and like Vigilance Empty Body. Alright, let's start with this, see what we get. 3, 6, 9, 10 cards in hand, so we actually can't wheel kick yet. Because we would run out of space. Inner-piece Tantrum kind of does some stuff, but it's very expensive. I guess we could inner-piece Swivel Tantrum, which draws more cards and blocks. We end up with 3 energy after that. We could just wheel kick in. Okay. That's true. Gosh, Vigilance costs 3 again. What a jerk. It's insane how much total damage is up to you. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Alright, let's see. Draw 2 of these. Yeah. Oh wait, this could be Void. Does Void kill us? It does not. We just Vigilance. It's probably just Wheel Kick, Cut Through Fate, Vigilance no matter what. I guess let's Cut Through Fate, since that can avoid the Void. Yep. We can shuffle with Weave in hand here, which is nice. 3, 6, 9, 10. But if we do that, we're sacrificing Wheel Kick being in whatchamacallit, Wrath mode. We'd have to Vigilance and then Wheel Kick and Weave. Currently we're doing 68 damage, and then another 60, which is 128, which is not enough to damage cap. So I think we're just gonna shuffle the Weave wrong and have that be fine. Probably never play Weave again. Do we have enough block to stay in Wrath? No, no, no. He hits for 45. It's not close. He would hit for 90 if we stayed in Wrath. I'll play both Defend and Vigilance for the thing. Okay, we just have to do 100 damage. Let's see, we just have to do 76 damage, and then we win. Because this is his buff turn. So this is lethal. Great. Whew. I said would never play Weave again, and I was wrong. I'm sorry, Weave. I didn't mean it. And let's set up Pen Nib for next run. Sweet. Alright, 1 out of 3. Alright, cool, we got there. Snecko Eye is always a really strong start, so that is nice. Now we can just float up peacefully and then explode the Spire. Kapow. Yeah, Alpha is a really tricky heart fight, for sure. Alpha does not make things easy on you. But we got there. No extra resources or anything. I guess we could have saved the fire pot, but whew. Yeah, pretty low damage Watcher. Very rarely winded in Divinity. God, I hate that you can't click your buttons on this page. Did a little bit of shenanigans with Mummified Hand, but didn't abuse that too much. Really would have loved like a Deva form. Had a lot of card draw. Let's see what else. You know, I just realized that this how this loop thing works. It's just like 2 different circles and they overlap in the middle. It's calming. Let's go look at the run summary screen so we can talk about that run a little bit more. Click, 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 click. Yeah, it's a sleepy boy. All right. We actually, like, okay, the story of this run was the Bloody Idol, right? Like, this Bloody Idol healed us for like 100. No joke. We got a ton of value out of that Bloody Idol. We had Bloody Idol, Ceramic Fish, Maw Bank. It was all going. Every floor we were healing for up to 15. I don't think we ever actually had a floor where we healed for 15. But we had several floors where we healed for 10. And that's just absurd. We turned down bites in this run, but we got the secret Bloody Idol extra bites. I feel pretty good about taking Alpha and Snecko Eye and never accidentally drawing any Alpha bits, even though we had Ink Bottle. We like stayed on top of the Ink Bottle and did it all right. Kind of a fun toolbox. Toolbox was amazing. If that toolbox hadn't rolled a Panacea in the heart fight, we would have had a bit of a tougher time, and I'm not sure we would have survived the first cycle. That toolbox was super clutch. I don't think I've ever had toolbox just like literally rescue a run from death, but I think that's what happened here. Toolbox gave us an opportunity to win. Having a membership card and Ceramic Fish and Maw Bank was pretty nuts, even outside the Golden Idol or the Bloody Idol interaction. Just getting that much money and having a 50% discount was pretty good. Toxic Egg is usually like a super good card, but it really didn't matter here. We had Snecko Eye and Apotheosis, so even the Apotheosis upgrade didn't mean anything, and we ended up upgrading every card in the deck. We did bottom deck Apotheosis in the Donu Deca fight, which made that pretty challenging. It's kind of fun to do Alpha because it's so good against Time Lord. Against Time Lord, you can just be like, yeah, you're waiting, so am I. We'll just wait. We'll just wait each other out. Also, it was a Runic Dome run, which inherently makes it very stressful. Very difficult to tell what's going to happen. Very disappointing Incense Burner. We did manage to set up the Incense Burner for the heart. But it only blocked 15 damage, and then it was unavailable for the third cycle. Also, we killed him on the turn when it would have triggered, but it being unavailable mattered. I mean, we did finish the run with like 20 health, so having a blocking for 15 was not nothing, but we would have survived without it. Normally I expect better from my Incense Burner. Yeah, it's very unusual Watcher deck. Almost no attacks. We were sort of building around this Art of War ever since the beginning of the run, but we didn't get it until right at the end. It didn't end up proccing that often either, actually. We took some Shuriken procs instead of Art of War procs. Sorry about ignoring the follow. Thanks for the follow, Mowgli HS. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. Smoothstone mattered quite a bit. Smoothstone plus Apotheosis made the defense actually pretty decent. They're blocking for 9. It's enough to do some work in a heart fight. We technically had a Divinity angle. There was a Devotion and 2 Wallops and a Pendim. But that wasn't like a super important angle for the deck. It's mostly just we were using that to try and block while Alpha did the dirty work.